All right, welcome to Cogmind Beta 14. Beta 14 is almost complete. Unlike usual, I have not started by opening the game. I will tell you why in a second. But Beta 14 is, yes, mostly complete at this point. We are just starting the play testing of pre releases. The first one came out just a couple days ago. I've already patched it. There are just a few smaller issues, but overall, despite the massive amount of new content and mechanics and changes to the architecture for all the map gen and data, there are not a lot of problems yet, which I'm pretty happy about. So we'll be continuing to play test over the next week or two, however long it takes to see if anything else pops up. But otherwise, it's pretty close to a public release in that regard. Look at the triangles. Oh yeah, it's time for some triangles. There are a lot of triangles in Beta 14. Trust me, there is a lot of content. We will. So yeah, there will be some spoilers today, of course. If you want to go into the next beta, completely unspoiled with anything that's in there, then yeah, you wouldn't want to watch the stream because we're going to go to the new area. But I will say that there is a ton of new content, and even one stream is not going to ruin it. You'll keep making discoveries, stream or run after run, because there's just a lot of different stuff, and a lot of it's scattered around too. Most of it's concentrated into one new area, the majority of it, but there's still a lot of stuff in other areas to explore and find as well. There's still things that the play testers and stuff that have been at it for a couple days still haven't. Well, there's still a number of things that haven't been uncovered yet. And still gradually people are working their way into it. But anyway, I'm so sorry to the Path of Acra fans. We are going to stop playing Path of Acra for now. I would have liked to continue that and get into some of the even harder cycles where it would actually be maybe hard, but and also try some of the new mechanics. But in the Cogmind dev cycle, we're back to the point where I really need to do some playtesting. I've been watching other people play over the past couple days and gotten to do almost no actual playtesting of my own. So I'm really looking forward to this, trying out the new content. Thank you, Luigi, for all of the subs. Um, so yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. So yeah, we'll probably be doing some Cogmind in the near term because I need to do my own playtesting as well, not just watching others and taking feedback and whatnot. We're gonna start in the game now. I'm actually loading on the testing branch. There's like a couple different branches. There's a pre-release branch that patrons use, but I have my own branch that I use for testing so that I can actually throw the builds on there first. Before putting them even on Patreon, just to make sure they're not broken. I did run it real quick yesterday. It should be on the right version. But now the reason I wanted to start from the loading screen here is because the game starts faster now. Now my computer's kind of slow, but it's still going to be a lot faster than it was. And you will notice I also haven't restarted my computer in ages. It's getting actually really slow right now. I should probably do that soon. But it's forcing me to update, so I'd rather even hold that off even longer. So anyway, Cogmind. So I'm going to press play here, and let's see. It's going to be faster startup. Yeah, Kiss dies in sub caves. Yeah, we'll maybe do some sub caves, but we'll talk about the strategy once we get into it. Let's hit play here and see how long this takes here. Synchronizing cloud launching. Start game's going to start up. There's some new startup. There's the text, new startup text, and boom, we are in the game. And it's going to show us the intro as usual. But normally, if you were skipping the intro, it would go straight into the game. And so as you can see now, the game just takes a couple seconds to start up, 2 or 3 seconds. Depends. My computer's a little slow by now. It might just take you a second or two to start the game, which is, redid all the data to make it fast, which is important because Scraptown is huge. This is a massive update. I've added 50% more lore to the game. And this is on top of 80 items, a bunch of new robots, a ton of NPCs, a lot of encounters, dozens and dozens of encounters. And yeah, the lore is a big thing too. Just overall, there's just a lot more content and stuff. And sound effects. I added a ton of new sound effects. Of course, you need more content. You need sound effects that go with all the new content, right? So I added a lot of stuff. And normally, the game loads things when it starts up. And going into new maps, it has to load all that stuff. So it was getting kind of slow, and it would be even slower in Beta 14 had I not done this. So I actually took a month out of the dev schedule to finally, after many years of waiting, optimize the loading, which had been using the same method for over 10 years and really needed an update. And it was getting slow. It's now fast for me to update. It's fast for me to test. It's just fast. It's fast to play. You'll find when you go into new maps now, some maps might take a couple seconds to load. Now it's pretty much instant. Everything's faster. And the game's actually smaller. I added more content, but the game got smaller. So yeah, pretty crazy, huh? I added a lot of new sound effects and a lot of new content, but the rearranging of the content and how it's stored means the download's now about 40 megabytes for the full game. So yeah. Yeah, this is a massive update. It got more content in it than multiple other maps combined. And this is, a bigger part of the UFD arc. But it's not all here. Technically, we'll get to that. I guess you can join the faction, but there's more coming. So there's going to be more benefits, but that's going to wait for beta 15, which shouldn't take as long nearly as all the stuff I've done for 14. In fact, I'm already working on beta 15. I've finished a fair amount of the content for 15, but I want to add a lot more. There's a lot of cool stuff coming. So anyway, yeah, 40 megabytes. Yeah, insane. It was getting bigger. I think beta 13 was 43 megabytes, and then it dropped down to about 38 or 39. And then I went in and did more sound effects work, and I actually did not I added some things that were a little longer. That I normally might add, and a little larger as a result. But it still, compresses down. Terminus has already pretty pleased with the UFD alignment, synergies with guns and DC. Yeah, there's a lot of synergies. So in short, the addition of Scraptown and just the amount of content and the way I've designed it, hopefully will mean there's a lot of new build options and a lot of new route options and things you might want to do. Now, some of these won't be apparent right away. Some of these you're going to have to wait for beta 15 because, the faction's going to have more to it. But for now, there's already multiple new options and a lot of new things to play with. And once the arc is done, you'll have a lot of new stuff. One of the bigger things is I wanted there to be a different end game other than extended. So we've always had one end game, especially if you're going for extended, and I want to have a different one. So there's a different kind of end game you can get in a different location. So that'll be an option, as well as even harder, longer games if you really want to go that route. But there will be new options for taking a different direction. And that's going to be going through the UFD. So, it could fit on a GBA cart. Get on it, Luigi. But yes, very optimized. Cogmind and now it's super fast for that. And I know Luigi's been working on blitters actually, which to test out and see if we can get the actual FPS even higher. But it's getting higher and it's getting faster and faster. Everything's going good. All right, so we're gonna actually start here in a second. But yeah, this is a huge update. Deeper into the world, right? -12 Rift. The Rift. So yeah, there's a ton of new lore. I've written tens of thousands of words of lore for beta 14. I spent I guess I should give a little bit of a background real quick before we get started. Scraptown has actually been in the works for a couple years if you go back to planning and design. But in terms of even content, I've actually been working on Scraptown for a year now. Because a lot of it was done last year. Big chunks of it were done before I got into all the UI sidetracking. And that was cut out and just not released, but it's been done for a while. So it's been working on and off. I've been working on and off on it for a long time. Yeah, I know ASCII mode's on, Luigi. To me, they look the same, but I was playtesting, and if I'm playtesting and I'm playing on my own, I'm definitely using ASCII. Here you go, there's non-ASCII for you. We'll play non-ASCII, even though I'd prefer to play in ASCII mode, but... Good. Targi says good. Yeah, I love me some ASCII. Well, maybe switch back to it occasionally. Yeah, so Scraptown's been in the works for quite a while. I could say the same thing actually about... future updates like the Unchained that are coming. I've been designing them for a long time. And you will actually see more references as well to both Unchained and Merchants in Beta 14 because, it's based on stuff that I know that's coming. So, we can start adding references now to them. But there's a lot of plans for both them and the Merchants Guild, which are gradually taking shape in plans. But so Scraptown's been, planned for about a couple years now, and the content has been built for about a year now. So rather large, and so it could be quite a large update. But back to the lore thing, I did spend a week doing nothing every day, all day, but writing lore. Then that's after refamiliarizing myself with all the existing lore because make sure everything's consistent. There's a lot of cross-referencing. There's a lot of interesting, I think, little hidden things all over the place to discover if you do play a lot. So right now, we are going to start playing. For anyone who's new to my streams, I do not use the mouse unless I really want to point out something. So I'm in keyboard mode, and I'm currently using the full modal layout, so we can't see our windows up there. But let's get started here. Hey, Sockfish, thank you for the subscription. How do you chunk out your writing days? Oh yeah, I mean, like the same I chunk out anything else. You know, just I do like to do things in groups, like the sound effects. Like I mentioned at the end of this pre-release build that I was putting together, I literally just had 3 days where I did nothing but sound effects, just to do it all together because it's more efficient that way. And so I'll make lists where I'll write a list out of what needs to be done in this next batch of that type of thing, and then just do it all at once. It's just more efficient. Okay, so. Too much to discover. Please remove 50% of the content. Just don't play. Yeah, all right. So for what are we going to do this run? I mean, my main goal is to visit Scraptown. There's 2 different ways to do that. I'm not sure which way we'll be doing, but let's just get started and find out. Oh, let's see if he'll give us his seismic. It's pretty easy to seismic here if you really want him right away. But yeah, just kill stuff here. Didn't need to kill that guy. So yeah, we'll get into a lot more strategy and talking as I get a little further in here. There's our seismic over there. Hello there. Oh, I should probably grab some matter after wasting it all. There we go. Full up on matter. I've had a lot of speed running -10. Oh, what a nice start! Look at this guy. He's here to welcome us to Beta 14. Welcome to Beta 14, Mr. Operator. There's like zero chance we're actually gonna kill this guy, so maybe I should just not bother. What did their core get? Is there really a chance? Let me see. He's got 15. Okay, it's not impossible if I get 2 shots off. Yeah, it's just unlikely. Oh, you're dead. Oh, he died. Yes. Utility shielding. Where's your terminal, dude? Hey, maybe that's his terminal. Is this his terminal? We will find out. It says on the left side. It's not his terminal. He must have a terminal in another room. Anyway, okay. Alright. What? I needed a botnet to put on my botnet? Kind of unnecessary. I could have just done some direct hacks. Crush him. Oh yeah, we're on treads, that's true. I never even bother really to crush stuff, man, but you're right. Could actually, what is actually the chance of that? I mean, shooting was better. 5% on these things, pretty crappy. All right. So, all right, get some friends here. And of course, more friends coming the other way, so what I did was I pushed into the corridor there so that all the other guys would not be able to shoot me necessarily simultaneously. Plus, we get to smash that guy in the face, and a little helpful. All right. Oh, it's Sionis. Okay. Yeah. You can't change your name, I don't think, in just one channel on Twitch. But you can just tell us who you are and we'll have to remember. It's nicer when people use the same name everywhere, but yeah, obviously not everyone's going to do this. So, hey, welcome everybody. Soul Hacker as well. So, there are 2 ways into Scraptown. You can go through the new subcaves, which will bring you to recycling, and then alright, so yeah, the new map, I guess I could mention right away. It's from recycling. That's how you get into Scraptown. We'll get to the map, and then there might be an indicator of that if we get there. And so you need to get to recycling first, and there's 2 ways to get to recycling. So Scraptown, despite the massive amount of content, is actually currently not super accessible to new players. It's kind of hard to find. In fact, it's quite hard to find. Even if you know where it is, it can be hard to find, as we will see when we get there. But yeah, you can go quickly through subcaves, which is more dangerous. Because you would get no evolves and have to go through longer distance. But it does also, storage can also be kind of nasty too, and then you also have to find storage to get to recycling, to get to Scraptown. But we'll see which way we take. The thing is, I like going through the subcaves, it's fun, but if I find the entrance when I'm too low on core, then that becomes a problem. So, because then you might die on the way, and dying's not good. Alright. Okay. Just do everything. That's a lot of hacks. They're just gonna give us everything, aren't they? Oh, I needed another botnet. Somebody's carrying around large storage. Okay, there's some alarm traps. Not a big deal. Okay, we found our storage. If we're gonna be using this here, get rid of small storage. Got large storage and spare large storage. Luigi said he did it on 24 core. It's doable. I try to, when I'm streaming at least, I try to do things that, at least in the early game, that are less likely to get me killed. Just so that I don't have to start over. But yeah, I play a little more recklessly, and the results are usually good when I'm playing on my own. All right, there's a swarmer over there. I need a launcher. I'm watching the stairs to the northwest. They're standing around the stairs, it looks like. There's a bunch of swarmers to the northwest. Yeah, they're still standing there. They're probably not going to go into the room. I imagine we're going to have to see them. Oh, yeah, they are. He's coming over here. I don't really mind fighting them, but if we're going to go the sub-caves route, which I think is probably better, then I probably don't want to. I want to fight less stuff. So. I'm just going to kill that guy. What? Okay, fine. Alright, now we're in the middle of the map, so. Oh yeah, these guys aren't actually carrying anything, so I guess I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, go this way then. We will go back. Might as well just kill the swarmers. And there they are. That's gonna be annoying. Gonna have to take. Oh, this is a bad spot to be in. Especially when underarmed. We're very underarmed at the moment. Might end up having. So basically, what I'll try to do is go through sub caves, but if that doesn't work out, then we gotta go the long way. Which is safer, but there's actually drawbacks to doing so. We're currently 220, didn't take more damage at least. Need some armor. But yeah, if you can get into, if you can go through the sub caves, there are advantages. That wasn't even the same swarmer group. The swarmers are to the north of us. No, don't open the door. Stay in the room. Stay in the room. Ooh, armor plating. Ooh, I need some armor plating. Okay, well, we're going to say goodbye to seismic for a moment here. Grab a lot of armor. Ooh, auto guns. All right, we're going to grab some of these. Got some auto guns. Going to drop all these weapons and pick up more auto guns. And, oh, there's a plasma cutter. I think we'll take that. In fact, I think we'll keep the one gun there because we got time. And that's not what I want to do. Ooh, there's a new hack. Do I actually need it? Maybe. A disgusting net of 10 cash is enough to kill exiles. Are there advantages to sub caves short way over the long way? Oh, there are, yeah. So as I was mentioning, there's actually, if you can go through sub caves, there are a number of advantages, which is why I'd really like to go through sub caves so we could take advantage of that. Also just to demonstrate it, and it's kind of fun to do. So there's also new stuff in sub caves. Not a lot, but yeah. And just the fact that it has synergy with Scraptown. There are reasons to go through sub caves, which is good because you want benefits for players doing harder things, and it's somewhat harder to go through sub caves. It's also faster too, which is an advantage. So yeah, there are a number of things you can do between sub caves and Scraptown. So definitely worth it. But as a result, you end up having to skip things. So there's even more trade-offs now. That was really a big goal with Scraptown, is to have a lot of new options, but also a lot of trade-offs. Every options, ideally, have all options have trade-offs. You don't want just absolute pure benefits, because then people do stuff because it's optimal. All right. Oh wait, never mind. I'm gonna do it here. It's not that valuable stuff anyway. I'm gonna show something new, but just don't spoil that yet. I don't have any wall breakers yet. How unfortunate. Beyond the ZDC challenge, now we can have sub-cave Scraptown kill challenge. That is really hard. Yeah, I was thinking about repairing treads. Is optimal? I guess. I normally don't. I was thinking about it, but scan component and let's see, what do we got here? I don't normally do this. Repair that. No, that's free. Could also do a refit and grab something, but okay, yeah, they're like free repairs. It becomes doable if you high roll recycling allies. With no allies, it'd be next to impossible. Yeah, supposedly with some allies it's possible. We'll see how that works out. There's a lot of new strategic possibilities. So, up are swarmers to the northeast. Who is that? Oh, it's an operator. Anyway, playing a little more slowly because I don't want to, because I'm planning on trying to go to sub caves, but we have to find it, which can take a little while longer. It's on this depth though. Shoot. Never mind. Just like die. 37%. I have to wait one turn. I'm waiting one turn to stabilize and shoot this guy and not kill him. And now his friends are coming. Okay then. Oh, we have a wall breaker though. Alright. Wow. Mining Claw. Really last resort there. Yeah, we got a lot of medium armor for this depth, which is nice. There's some power shielding to the east. And an EMP trap. And here comes the mercenaries. Probably coming here. I wanted to go through the northeast because that'd be safer, but I don't have anything that can get through there easily. So, oops. 220 still. Okay, well, that was not exactly the biggest reinforcements in the world. Impulse gun is not terrible. EM does have a change in this beta. If you shoot things with EM, their corruption actually makes them... they don't target as easily. So, corruption does affect targeting now, including your own targeting. So, be wary of that. It will be in the changelog, of course. I should grab some matter. Plenty of time here. Wait, what are those small lasers? Okay. Where are we? Still looking. Heck for that. EM buff, yes, it is kind of a buff, and also, yeah, also a buff to corruption and its negative effects. I'm not killing the hauler because we already know what's inside the hauler and we don't need it. So we will continue moving along. Okay, there's guys hanging out in that room. That's cool. Man, what? Okay, good. There's another way through. I was gonna say there should be another way. Oh, they went that way. Not a big deal. I wonder if that makes EM launchers more worth considering. I mean, yeah, probably. Crap. Got hit in the core. We're currently 11% exposed. Where'd he go? He got blocked off. Fine, we'll wait for him over here. He's gonna come this way. He's gonna chase us down. Fine. Let's see. Beam cannon. Oh, I guess we could take a beam cannon. I'm still carrying around the legs. I need his backup. Actually, I don't need the light assault rifle. Alright, where'd he go? He's taking a long time to get here. Maybe he lost us. Alright, I think we lost him. Alright, next thing we'll carry is some backup matter, because having backup matter is good. I'm gonna get rid of that engine. You don't really need backup engines at the beginning. Oh, alright. He had already lost us, but I have to leave this room. Could have gone through the northern wall. That would be a safer way to do that. More guaranteed to get away from him anyway. Found a bunch of alarm traps. And an exit, but I don't want that exit. We still haven't found it. Sometimes it just takes a while. Let's see. Wait, how much does a beam cannon do? Oh, 18, never mind. I can't go that way. We still don't have a way to get through walls. Oh my gosh. Partial spot on treads, impressive. Hey, Plexion, welcome. Loving the update so far. I am glad it is being well received. Whoops, no, that is my plasma cutter. That is not what I wanted to use. Maybe we'll just go. Yeah, right, okay, whatever. Hello there. I'm just going. We're trying to find the sub-caves. Where are you, sub-caves? Level access points? No. Oh, they're not going to be on the branch. That's not going to help. That's not what I wanted to do. Layout. There we go. And I probably shouldn't need it, but... Actually, wait. Let me put a track on here. Alright, that's not an exit. We're circling everywhere. Technically, it could be in the middle. Don't you have a mining claw? I do, but it's crappy, and also I would have had to go through two walls in order to get by there safely. Or next to technically one might have worked. That's true. I always thought about it. not bothering to get schematics, wasting terminal kind of. But mining claw is just really slow. Dude, why don't you die in first hit? Stop taking damage. We still have enough to get through, though, technically. Ooh, explosive traps. Haven't gotten lucky on the locate, though. I'm going to locate traps immediately first. Then we're going to do a layout zone. Oh, botnet enabled success. Look at that. Gotta love the botnets. Alright, still have yet to find it. We're looking for an area that might be underestimated. Oh, wow, I almost explored the entire floor. It's in the middle. Shoot. Oh, whoa. Ooh. Oh, I really want to pick up all of these. Heavy hammer. I was doing my test run yesterday. I was carrying 4 mauls and went through storage. Just literally mauled everything to death. It was a lot of fun. But I'm also going to definitely drop our mining claw here and exchange it out for a hammer. But I kind of want to pick up a bunch of hammers. It could be more hard on your integrity, though. Also, going up against sub-dwellers with that, I'm not actually sure how effective that is. It's probably... I'm not sure. It's a good question. How effective are they against sub-dwellers? Yeah, I see dirt tiles. I think it's in the very center of the map over there. It's exactly where I should have gone. Early impact weapons are surprisingly good. They are. They are very good. If you can equip yourself with a number of hammers early on, you can really wreak some havoc. Need more than one, though. Alright, anyway. There. Found the sub-caves. We have 188 core, and yeah, I mean, everything else is kind of normal. Let's go into the sub-caves. So we're going to take the shortcut, basically, and this is a faster way, normally faster. It took a while. This is literally the last room I checked in the entire map, but normally it's a faster way overall to get to Scraptown. We have to go through a lot fewer maps. We won't get any benefits from other maps that you might go on the way. Like, you can't go to Exiles first. You can go to Exiles and then go to Scraptown afterwards. But oh, you'd even go to Mines first here. Oh yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, it depends on core too. That's true. That's another way you can do as well. That's one thing I actually pretty much never do is go to the subcaves through the mines. First of all, I wouldn't want to do that here because I don't have a launcher, so it's not safe to go into the mines without a launcher as an option. Again, it's a backup option. You try to avoid using your launcher if you meet the assembled, if you can. But it's a backup options. And I don't go to subcaves through the mines. I haven't been doing that yet anyway. But mines are, yeah, that's true. That it has potential loot in and of themselves, and there's also and you might find a mines exit before you find the actual subcaves exit from -10. All right, so we're in the new subcaves, which were introduced in beta 12. Or beta 13, I mean. Beta 13 is again, beta 12, 13, 14, and 15, they're all kind of part of the same arc. All that stuff was meant to be released together, but it'd take too long to put it all out. So I've cut it up. In fact, and so you'll notice also, as we get to Scraptown and see some more stuff, beta, the faction is not complete. It won't feel too incomplete. There's a lot there. There's a lot. There's even benefits past. You can join a new faction. There's benefits past that, but there will be more coming at the end. I had to find a cutoff point, and so I found a cutoff point where you don't get to meet the leader of the UFD, de facto leader. And you don't get to do some of the things that you might otherwise do afterwards. That's the stuff that's coming in beta 15. But yeah, there's going to be more coming later on, as well as a few of the side quests. There are some side quests available for beta 14 for the Scraptown. Side quests are things that are coming to Cogmind now in terms of things we'll have more and more of that stuff you can do in different maps in combination. Which I think is a really interesting thing because it totally changes your idea of routing, and you can get different benefits for different routes. It just gets more and more complex and more interesting options, I think. It's not stuff you have to do either, and it can also be stuff you do incidentally. But there's going to be more of that coming, and some of the Scraptown side quests are in. Some are not complete yet, though. Some are not actually done. Like you can find, I know Plexion saw them. You can find Plexion's Rings of Power. And those do not actually have a side quest associated with them yet, but they will. That is one of the things coming in, should be beta 15. Again, 14 is pretty much done. where the content is all in. We're just testing it now and fixing up stuff that needs fixed. Maybe make some adjustments here and there. But 14 is pretty much done. It'll be released publicly soon, after testing anyway. And then I'll be immediately jumping into 15 with a lot of new stuff. So, yeah, you can't do anything with Plexion's Rings of Power yet. I have become Sauron. Plexion, you have to watch Lord of the Rings, man. Plexion, I gave him Rings of Power, but the man has never seen Lord of the Rings. You can throw them in an FRU. We'll have to make a new FRU called the Volcano. Some NPC came up with that idea, right? You put the Rings of Power in it. Here's the, yeah, man, I love Lord of the Rings. I was telling folks in the patron chat, it's literally, in my adult life, it's Lord of the Rings is the only series I've watched many, many times. It's just so good. So well done. Anyway, okay, so now we're going to the Scraptown here. I'm excited. It's we're gonna find Scraptown, but first we gotta get to recycling. So first we have to survive the sub-caves. Hey, Sherlock Cat, welcome. Yeah, we're taking the shortcut, and hopefully we'll get some benefits out of it. Oh, I see benefit. I see benefit. The wall crumbles away, revealing a door. Which door is this? Oh, it's a different door. Okay, I fixed that. The swellers sub-duels do a lot of damage, like a lot. They are overpowered for your depth, so they do a lot of damage, which is why you want a shield if you can get one. But yeah, Amp House. I went to the sub-caves for the first time today. It was brutal. Sub-caves, yeah, require a different strategy. We have an okay build right now for sub-caves. It's not bad, actually. The Clippy disappointment. Well, the Clippy is actually no longer disappointing. I didn't just fix it. I added new scripting potential to Cogmind's scripting system, which has made it possible for me to do things that were not possible before, and also made scripting much easier in a lot of ways. It's been great. So you can't be disappointed by Clippy Term anymore. Clippy Term used to be completely random in terms of its content. I had no way to make it, using the scripting system specifically, I had no way to set more specifically kinds of groups of things you can get. And so now it's guaranteed you'll get something from Clippy. And Clippy actually useful now, yes. Does he actually use GPT now? Should be less useful. You're right. Amika says it should be less useful. So we get the record here. We should get something beneficial, like trash. What is this? It looks like you need to recycle something. Would you like help? And Luigi, wait, recycle? What? Oh, recycle. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. How come they didn't show our list? Why didn't they give the list? Huh. Me talking about it being useful. That's... How come that didn't list? Shouldn't that? Oh, man, wonder if I broke something in beta 14. Yeah, pen click moment. All right, I gotta do a pen click because maybe I broke something in beta 14. Or at least, I mean, in the latest release. It worked before. The new scripting works good, but that in particular, it should have given us the depth of recycling. Why didn't it do that? That's weird. Anyway, pen click. That's what we're here for. This is a pre-release stream. All right. All right, we'll write that down. It should have given us actually where recycling is, which would not have been helpful for us. Well, it could be helpful, technically. For planning purposes, that would have been helpful. Long-term planning purposes. Let me see. Clip. That's weird. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's what he was supposed to be. Okay. Pen click is complete. It has been a long time since we've done a pen click stream. Best deaths of the people watching, yes. Yeah, really just playing. I always find stuff when I'm playing, playtesting pre-releases. But yeah, currently if you're trying to find recycling, one of the main things you'll do, which is really, I think, good enough, useful enough, is using the force tunneling hack. That's what I was doing, and I did a couple really quick test runs. You know, every time I needed to put out a new pre-release or patch, I was the past couple days I've been doing some test runs real quick, short stuff to fool around. And when I wanted to head for Scraptown real quickly, I would try to do force tunneling and find the depth of storage or recycle, which is not that hard actually. You'll get it after a few. You will often get it after a few. Recycling units, maybe not just a few, but yeah, a number of recycling units. So just keep doing it on all of those, and you'll have the way to find it. But this was another way to find it, and for some reason it didn't give us the depth. It should have given it to us, and if it did, it would show directly in the hacking window as well. But anyway, Clippy Term now, will give you at least something good and also some other stuff. Force tunnel spawn squads. Well, yeah, that's a trade-off. If you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But I was just force tunneling and killing all the squads. I mean, the thing is, if you're going through the storage route, then the squads are not as big of a deal. I think they're a bigger deal if you're going through subcaves. But then, of course, if you're doing that, you don't need to worry so much about tunneling because you can have a guaranteed route. So let us continue exploring. That was a big cave in. Yeah, exactly. You don't need another depth for the subcaves route. The one other advantage of, for example, getting the depth here would mean it could allow us to do long-term planning. I think. Actually, no, not necessarily. That particular might not be helpful in this particular location. Oh, actually, maybe I could remove it if that's true. I'll have to look at that one again. There's another pen click. Clippy term might get new things over time and change what they've got. It's a nice little area. One of those areas where you can just throw in little tidbits here and there related to just various lore and other things going on. All right, so big cave in, but we're pretty much at a dead end here, and yeah, there's nothing down here. Oh, right. Okay, so that is good. You're right. Yeah. I hadn't actually considered it yet. I was just thinking I wanted to consider it later. But yeah, as Crack was mentioning in the chat here, it's true. It could technically be useful because you could bail out of subcaves. You can use subcaves to get certain things and then actually go back to the complex and then go back into recycling. So there's actually yet another route there. Let's measure the average of CPI on the stream. Right, clicks per minute. Yeah, this is, there shouldn't be too many, but who knows. I'm actually playtesting now, which is different. Also, I mean, we shouldn't encounter too many bugs, at least. There were just a few that had been, discovered earlier. Shield fragments and some guys. We could maybe grab a shield from them, rather not mess with them. Could grab some stuff, though. Loot, yeah, that's loot, that's true. A defender, damn. Too bad there's no one else to kill this guy. Where's the subcaves when you need them? I mean, the subdwellers. The subcaves. Oh, well, this guy's got some treads for us. What else has he got? Improved ion engine. That is gone. Well, didn't actually need those. Oh, maybe I could bring up a spare, though. Alright, we'll grab that. Now we have some spare treads. Guaranteed proto part if there's danger. I guess. Hey Dosh, come here and lets you have 4 medium armor and auto guns on -10. Cheating? No, not really cheating. But if it makes you feel better, you can think I'm cheating. Just random goodness. Don't worry, I just waste it anyway. But yeah, technically these subdwellers might have something useful. That is a possibility. Shrapnel trap. Oh god, are we in the trap area? I really hate the trap area. This is probably a trap area. Ooh, I hope. I guess we're just lucky and missed them. Oh no, and there's a subdweller up ahead. Subdweller alert. Trap area is scary. Time to hold 5 for 500 turns. It's true. It's got its advantages to do that. Can you wake them up and still get the proto? Yeah, technically. Yeah, those traps are insane, so I don't want to mess with them. Oh, look, there's an artisan down here. What's he working on? Who, what? Who's getting shot? What? Is he getting hostile? He's being hostile to an artisan? Now he's seeing me. Now he's going to aggro. Yeah, get out of here. Get up in my face so I can kill you. You're supposed to die. Alright, he did not drop his shield. He dropped fragments instead. They don't drop shields and fragments, by the way, if you notice. Their shield basically explodes into fragments. So if it could be either their shield or their fragments, which drops. It's more likely to be fragments, though, which is why you might take a little while before you find an actual shield. But it will happen. Oh, I can find the pendant around the corner, too. That would be interesting. I would take the pendant. Yeah, there's more reasons to take the pendant now. Right, I'm doing a hover combat drones run. That is a very famous type of very powerful run. 6 bays in your backpack. I wonder how that run would change once I do the desired drone bay rework. Oh, I wonder what's up here. All right, what do our autoguns do here? We can't get through Twisted Machinery with autoguns. We're going to have to pull out something bigger. I don't actually really have much bigger. I can go through the hammer, I guess. Just wanted to see. There might be something back. Oh, God. Yeah, figured. Oh, this guy's got a cannon. Hello. Don't shoot me, please. Don't. Oh, shoot. Don't kill me, please. Yes. Try to stay alive here. Ouch. All right. The only thing I care about in the subcaves is my core. So, currently, we are in okay shape for core. Core-wise, we good. I probably should pick up one of these mono wheels, too. Just for backup. It's frustrating they stand on scrap and you can hit them without realizing. Well, they blink now. That's why they blink, is so that you can see the fact that they're scrap. When they're standing on scrap, they will blink and you can see... it's not scrap, it's Twisted Machinery, but yeah, you can see them doing that. So, it shouldn't be too surprising anymore. Same thing with engineers standing on top of stuff, which they can do now. Wow. Is this an artisan just did this? There's like nothing else back here, I guess. Oh, another one. Man. Hello there, I'm gonna surprise you. Oh, shoot. Wasted a shot. Oh, wow. This guy is like mega fragmented. That is a lot of fragments. Oh, he's got his optics too. Oof. He's got a sub laser. Actually, wait. How good is a sub laser? I might actually... Oh, wait. I should be using a sub laser. Sub laser... Well, let me see. What is autogun? Got minus 20 delay. I think sub laser is probably better to pick up here. I should probably use that. Maybe we'll take sub laser. Although, yeah. I mean, I got spares anyway. Almost accidentally shooting the wall. Yeah, that was dumb. Mainly because I wasn't taking my time. Also, streaming's hard. Speaking of this mechanic, can it make it so we can talk to derelicts when they're inside Twisted Machinery? Oh, the specific Zionite in Scraptown? I mean, you can just wait for him to come out. Or do it next time. There's only like 1 or 2 guys in there. Shoot. I'm gonna fight all these guys. But you can't really talk to them now. Oh, no, there's 2. Oh, okay, that's actually quite bad. 2 is more damage. Yes. Alright, nobody dropped a shield, though, huh? Fine, then. I won't take your shield that you didn't drop. But the core is doing pretty good. Only take a little bit here. Damage. My sub-laser got kind of beat up. Let's take another sub-laser. Okay. Oh, what am I putting on a hammer for? I don't actually need to put on a hammer. I can walk right through there. Oh, yeah. Oh, we found we have location on a materials exit. Wait a minute. Wait, where did we get that location on the materials exit? Is that... No. Hotfix because riding increases scrap shield drop chance for reasons. No, not increasing it. I have done plenty of subcaves runs, and I am very happy. I've even looked at it again. I am very happy with the current scrap shield drop. I'm just pointing out that they didn't drop one because I'm looking for it. Okay, we now know where Zion is, -7, which means we will skip Zion. There's no way to visit Zion on this run if we go to Scraptown. I mean, unless I bailed early. If we want to, we can go through materials and still make it to Zion. If that is a goal of yours in the run. That is doable. All right, I need to not fight the troopers. Basically, if you don't fight troopers, they'll meet some sub-caves. Oh, God, these guys. I mean, some sub-dwellers. Talking about sub-caves. And they'll fight each other, and it saves you some time. But this guy's pretty annoying. Fortunately, there's only one of them out here. But yeah, it's true. You can get unlucky and just not find them. We are sub-dweller. No Zion, yes. I feel like every time I go to Zion, I'm disappointed. Zion is, yeah, I mean, it's a more easy place to be disappointed, but it's usually still worth visiting. Ooh, there's a slug cannon and a bunch of scrap. And a battle rifle. Oh, shoot. Yep, I'd be happy if you died. A battle cannon. Matter is full. Will this even drop stuff? Okay, yeah. Oh, what do we got in here? Sub laser. Maybe I should. What other weapons am I carrying here? Oh, we've got the auto gun. Oh, we got an assault rifle still. I need to get rid of assault rifle. Wait, oh, insufficient room. Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, it does kind of matter. If we drop this, it's gonna go away anyway. But all right, let's grab some other sub stuff and better weapons here. Actually, there's a slug cannon. We should take that. Also, battle cannon. Take battle cannon and take slug cannon. Steal your slug cannon. Still looking for the exit. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Through here. I'm like Zion. Every time I go to Zion, I'm baffled how the map could possibly give me worse loot than last time. Yes, it's certainly nothing guaranteed. More cave-ins. All right, the way forward is blocked. Technically, we could open it up, but that means we could go another way, but we can also just open this up and see a way back here maybe. Oh, there's a humpback. We found the exit. Actually, did the swarmers get killed? There's normally swarmers at the exit. Anyway. Okay, so we found the exit. The question now is basically, do we want to do something else in the subcaves? And we've got plenty of core left. So we could. Yeah, rear entrance is the thing. There you go, right there. Through the backside. They're going to be like, what? Why did we put these turrets on the wrong side? The stormers are hiding in the humpback. You know what's worse than Zion, though? Testing. Is it worse? All right, so we are in fine shape. We could explore a bit more here. We know where the exit is. We probably won't die. Technically, we could go look for the lab. Also, there's new stuff, like I said. We might find a new encounter here, which is useful. Although I'm not going to be able to make use of it. Actually, interestingly, I could make use of it. I don't have, I don't yet have any scrap shield, so I actually have my large storage unit, which is unusual for playing subcaves, because I normally like to switch. You don't have to, but I like to switch over from the storage unit to, I guess we can go all the way back down there. I like to switch over from storage to shield just to be safe, but that does mean dropping all your stuff, which means dropping all your stuff. Right, we can't get down further down here. You could wear seismic to not faceplant on subs. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's what I normally do. Oh, in fact, I still have one. I didn't know I still had that. You're right. But then I'd have to take off my armor, which is kind of bad. Because I might run into traps, which then immediately takes damage. That's the only thing I'd be worried about, is running into traps or swarmers without my armor on. But it's true. It's one of the things I'll often have when I first come in here is my seismic on, so that we can see subs moving around. At our current speed, we'd probably see them moving, but it's kind of dangerous, more dangerous to do this, integrity-wise. But there's something. All right, that's the grunts down there, isn't it? There's grunts to the south. I don't want to fight grunts, but we can see them. All right, we found a materials exit. Yes, yes. Another materials exit. There's like two right here. Look at that. In the patch now it says 50 plus new encounters, including the Scraptown rooms. Right. I mean, that's what encounters are in Cogmind, is any random patch of pre-made, pre-designed content that can appear is an encounter. So, yeah, all the rooms in Scraptown, and that is mostly rooms in Scraptown, which makes that up. There's currently stuff outside Scraptown, but yes, I will also mention that I've mentioned elsewhere that this is also the build and the release in which you might be able to find Doshington somewhere. He's out there doing something somewhere. He's not just in the chat if he's listening now, but Yes, he's somewhere out there. He's yet to be discovered, but I'm sure someone will find him before long. All right, so we've already, it looks like the way to access the rest of the area is actually to go past this exit. So, which is kind of unfortunate. We don't have any kind of scanning, which makes it a little harder. I guess one thing we could do here, a little dangerous to, like, let me see here. Battle cannon, got 28. I have no cannon which can effectively get through these walls. Tosh says, wait, I wasn't listening. Well. Oh, wait, there's my slug cannon. Oh, slug cannon is what we need. Here we go. Slug cannon. Give me the slug. All right, now we're going to turn off our submachine gun here. And slug our way through this wall and see if I can find another way through. It's not guaranteed or likely, but that's also long. I'm not going to dig that far. I guess we should go north back to that area. I'd like to find another way over, but it's not super likely we'll find one over here. We'd have to get pretty lucky for that, I think, especially down there. Probably better luck over here, but it can be nice to find a little shortcut, which will let us to circumvent something. Anyway, we're wasting matter, but we have a lot. Let's see, I got a seismic detector on, so where those guys go? Oh, there they are. Oh, we can slip right by them, right? Is he going to spot me? Shoot. All right, he was about to spot me. So, I couldn't make it past the gap. Where are you going? I'm waiting here to see what they do. They're going to go south. All right, they're going to go south and leave. Goodbye, guys. This is what Seismic's for, is staying safe. I found a new guy in W yesterday, not Dosh, though. Yes. There are a lot of NPC cameos in this release. Lots and lots that are being discovered. Not all of them have been discovered, but we can't wait to be murdered. I don't know. I think the Dosh NPC is not something people are going to want to murder. And it also might be a bad idea, but we will see. Dosh is combat capable. All right, yeah. So there's no. It looks like we'll just skip it. There's another area down here which might have the lab and other stuff. In fact, including new things which are kind of related to the Scraptown build. But just waiting to become optimal to murder. All right. So we're gonna switch to. I guess we'll put on a hammer, and we'll also drop our matter pod real quick and put our matter in there. And we're just going to hammer our way out of here in the interest of getting out. There's more stuff we can do here. Wait, do I have... Let me see. One thing else do I have. Let me check my gear here. I have a couple. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, we eventually make it through. Okay. Oh, yeah, also we have enough core. We have to get through recycling, too. We got to remember that. Hello, turret. Goodbye, turret. This is the safest way to get out. You don't have to go through the turrets. Because if you have a launcher, you can take out turrets pretty easily around corners and whatnot. That's the other way, but I still don't even have a launcher. Which is not exactly safe, but... Alright, let's see. We've got southeast corner of this map. And we're going to see a lot of stuff on seismic, which is not going to matter because there are no bots that are moving around, which matter for attacking purposes. So we will not do that. We're not going to be attacking stuff. So this is recycling. Recycling has actually been slightly redesigned for beta 14. Slightly in order to be able to compensate for the new content. There is new content inside recycling as well. Oh, and the other thing is you did not see it because I've done it really quickly on my own test runs, but normally when you come into recycling for your first time now, there is an NPC here who will suggest to you that there might be something else on the map. He's saying he's heard there's an entrance to Scraptown around here, but he can't find it, and then he gives up and leaves the map. That is just one of the new introduction type things that I like to do in some maps to give little hints or extra info for new players. So that is indirectly one way that might get players looking around the map for more stuff to explore. But otherwise, like I said at the beginning of the stream, Scraptown, despite the massive amount of content it contains and gives access to, it is relatively well hidden from new players. So... what does he drop? First question, he's just like a Zionite. He's a Zionite looking for Scraptown. Yeah, right. You miss him. The derelict that shows up when you have high alert and tells you to go into the caves. Yeah, that's that one is a one-time thing though. I think this guy might not just appear the first time. I mean, most of them are supposed to be randomly here. Most of these guys that appear occasionally or that appear for new players will actually appear randomly. They're meant to be also a random thing, but they're forced if you're a new player, just for informational purposes. But yeah, the one like Highsec, that's a tutorial guy. There's a couple of those. There's like two of them then, I think. Two or three of them. Two of them that appear for tutorial purposes, that teach you, and they will only ever appear once for that purpose. All right. Empty area. So you can actually get friends in recycling. You can also, there are enemies, but they're not wandering around. So there's a lot of stationary stuff. There's stationary sentries. There's stationary like bots that are disabled and or just temporarily they're dormant and waiting. So you can get good and bad stuff here, which means you can actually end up facing off against some tough battles here if you explore a bit much. But otherwise, this is a calm area. Recycling's always been pretty calm. It used to have spotters, but I got rid of those. They moved to where they were supposed to be originally, which is proximity caves. And there's aren't as many of them anymore either. So recycling is less annoying in that respect. It is a pretty chill map, though, especially if you keep it that way. If you stick to the main corridors and avoid waking up sentries, then you can actually get through this entire map without even doing much. But as soon as you go into rooms, all that changes. You might find good gear, you might find friends, you might find enemies. We've got enough core now, but it's hard to sell because you can't see them necessarily. I thought I just got lucky with the spotters. No, they were removed. I think they were completely removed from recycling. I think. I'm pretty sure that now the only way to get advanced presence is by fighting stuff or the recycling units. What you're saying is I shouldn't be digging with my rocket launchers. You normally wouldn't want to do that on most maps. I guess sorry. I woke up a sentry by exploring this corridor. Normally they don't wake up that quickly, but this guy is being quick about it. So you can often walk by them without them even noticing if you're quick enough. But it's okay, he's gonna die. And these recyclers are super happy. There's a bunch of running around the map like, ooh, something to do. That was definitely a light sleeper. Yeah, this guy, I know what he's got to do. He's gonna give me some matter. That's what he's got to do. All right, now we got matter working for us. Anyway, so I was just going over there to see what was over there, but I already know that where I want to go is not gonna be over there. But I'm just looking around. Just exploring a bit. All right, so see, there's one. There's a dormant sentry up there. They're just dormant sentries hanging around. So if we don't go up there, we don't have to fight him. And even technically, if you like pass along by the wall and drive by him real fast, he might not even notice you. But are there any female bots besides A7? A7 is A7's not female though. Maybe you're confusing it with Imprinter or somebody else. There are a few that are explicitly referred to as such, and it was generally just Imprinter before, but I think there are a few more now. In fact, I know there's at least one, but that's also because it's based on an actual Discord person. So I did that for. Do bots even have gender? Yeah, I mean, they can maybe be. I mean, they're. Nah. Okay. Oh, Oimika says they know of one in the beta. Yeah, there is one. At least currently, there's a reference to them. I don't know if they're not actually in the game, but the plan is to add them. But I decided that it would be a bit much work for beta 14, so I postponed that one. But yeah, do bots even have gender? I mean, the thing is, the bots in this game, they have their identities, right? And in general, everybody just goes with he because it's a default standard. But some of them are explicitly different for other reasons, usually lore-related reasons. But But yeah, in general, as you can see, they take identities, like they have names and take on personalities that they got from the idea is that they took it from, data from Earth, and base a lot of their personalities and some of the things they do around all of that. And there's lore about that in the game that you can uncover as well. But yeah, they do have a fair amount of info about humans, presumably, from the Cetus, as well as you'll see more about their history in beta 14 once you start playing and checking out the lore as well. So they know about the LS+1. Yeah, you'll find that's why you also find lots of human references. This is technically an M theme thing. It's oh shoot, seriously? I mean, I knew I was going to lose that, but I didn't expect another guy to wake up immediately from that range. Okay, fine. We will wait for you right here. And you will come here and you will die. Shot my treads off, dude. It's okay. He's going to replace them with new treads. And he even dropped some armor for us. Not that I want your armor, but I could actually take other treads instead. But only one more piece of armor. Not really going to matter anyway, I think. Okay, so there's an exit. So yeah, we're gonna have to continue looking around here. Okay, this is one of the less dangerous sentries. Mr. Deactivated Scavenger over here. Wow, really? Okay, fine. I guess we won't go that way. Hello, engineers. Yep. Sorry, I'm ripping that place up here. Guess while I'm at it, we'll shoot this guy and take your stuff. Combat recyclers in disguise, yeah. No forced tunnels? Yeah, technically could. I don't really care so much about later maps. Yes, you're in my way. I could have run over you, but our combat recycle isn't yet. Yeah, one thing people might do here is do force tunnel to get locations of future maps as well. Corrupted auth chips. A lot of corrupted auth chips if I want to build something. Don't want to build something, but let's get out of here and get to Scraptown. Okay, we're checking out another room here. What's in here? Seismic detector, targeting computer. Advanced visual processing is cool. Actually, I wonder if I would take that. I mean... But what am I carrying in my inventory anyway? Ah, we have a spare storage unit. Alright, we can get rid of that. Take that. We don't need a spare storage unit. I was just carrying that around because we had extra space. And these recyclers are just so happy. Happy recyclers. Huh. Ooh. Technically you can get traced here and it's not a huge problem, but... Dip the LS+1 a fountain to get Excalibot. Yeah, you'll find a lot more references in Beta 14 as well, for sure, because if there's more lore and more NPCs, there's more references, so a lot of fun stuff to find. Oh, what? This guy's not even asleep. Ah, you know what? This guy, there's a sentry here, spotted me down the corridor and notified this sentry, who probably during the fight tried to go all the way around to get to us, and he didn't make it. So he went back to his post, but now he's awake. They are in cahoots. So, yeah, this guy's not sleeping on the job, the telephone game. So, yeah, this is be a good opportunity, for example, to use traps or something you can aggro him from a distance with and then just let him run over it because we have the drop on him and he's not going anywhere. But I can't do that, and I want to go this way, so I'm going to have to walk by him and shoot him in the face. Maybe he'll give me his power source, actually. I did not say the word fast enough. I needed to say that word faster so the game would pick up on my audio cues and give me what I want. Don't try that at home. All right. Okay, so again, Scraptown is actually kind of hard to find for newer players. You walk into this room, and there's yes, desire sensor confirmed. Right there you go, desire sensor. There's you look into this room and there's nothing here, and you leave. There's actually something in this room. So if you're watching this stream now, you know the secret entrance to Scraptown is in this room. It's kind of funny though, because when I was playtesting and building Beta 14, not even playtesting, just building Beta 14, because normally when I'm building it, I just see the whole map and I go exactly where I want to go and get to test all the triggers and all the content very quickly and easily that way. Playtesting is a completely different mindset, and I had completely forgotten where the entrance to Scraptown was when I finally got to doing a quick playtest run. I'd worked on it for months and months, and then right before releasing the pre-release, I wanted to do just really quick a quick run, and I didn't really do other runs. It's all planned out and designed so that I know how everything fits together and whatnot. But and as a player, I look at the game completely differently. And I came into this map and I couldn't find Scraptown. I was like, where the hell is Scraptown? Did I forget to add it? It was like, yeah, I couldn't find the new content, even knowing where it was. It was quite amusing because I never had that experience of actually walking in through, exploring, recycling myself, going into these maps. Because this actually looks like a map that could exist. A room that could exist. This kind of room can randomly generate. There's empty rooms like this, you can see, right? They don't have to have anything, and then you could just have to have this side room with empty stuff in it. So I completely passed it by, and then I explored the whole map, and I said, where the hell's Scraptown? Wait, what? Where's the entrance again? And I looked around the edges, and I did... part of the reason was I had missed the door at first, and then I went through it first. But anyway, it was just really funny when I went back and looked at the map, and I said, oh, right, you're dumb. The fabled lost content. So this is actually the way into Scraptown. We're going to go into Scraptown. So... I remember L taking 3 hours before it was found. Yeah, especially in early Cogmind when there was no wizard mode, it was really hard to find new stuff. And I was adding more content in more different places at the time too. Some things took a long time to find. Now it's faster, but actually for Beta 14, I have not released wizard mode yet. So making it at least a little more reasonably paced discovery of content. Even though we've got a lot of players who are really eager to get out there and explore and are doing lots of runs and finding a lot of stuff quickly, there's still a lot of things that are not discovered or not discovered as quickly because it hasn't been released yet. But anyway, because discovery's fun, but I'm ruining it here for you in the stream. So if you don't want to see this stream, we're going into Scraptown in a second. So if you don't want to see all this new stuff, well, then I don't know why you joined the stream in the first place, but... So at least if you were coming from Discord, because I announced we're going to be doing some spoilering of Scraptown. So, all right. So here we go. Local narrowcast. You may approach the wall. So this is a new thing in this new beta is they use this thing called local narrowcasting, which is basically, a way for them to get messages to a specific bot at a specific local point. It's just a new terminology used by Scraptown. You will be finding a lot of local narrowcasting. So they've scanned us, and they said we can approach the wall. So we're going to approach the wall. And the wall opened. And we've got an NPC to Ms. here, Strange. I checked the recommendation list not long ago and didn't see anyone like you on it. Who recommended you? Anyway, the system is always right. Go on in. Not my problem as long as you don't touch anything in here. Just really don't mess with anything in there. Then it'll be my problem and yours. Telepathy, they figured out telepathy. Or it's just, they figured out it's a local message. It's a message that when you're in that area, you hear it. So, this is a new bot, as you can see. You probably haven't seen this guy before. He's a J. He's a scrapper. You can see their stuff here. They've got new parts. He's got an overtuned pulse rifle. This is a new type of part. It's a whole new category of parts. You will find lots of new overtuned parts. This is a new thing that is in their Scraptown theme. And it ties into some other mechanics. They are pretty powerful weapons. They're very powerful, but they will malfunction if you cannot maintain them. You can maintain them, but you have to use a scrap suit, which has more mechanics. We won't get into all the details right now, but basically these guys use scrap suits and have overtuned parts, which are better than regular parts for their rating. They give you some good stuff. Overtuned weapons, like they fire more quickly. They generally are more powerful. They can be more resource intensive, but you can get like cannon level powers from a gun, and a fast gun too at that. So, and there's other new parts you'll find. There's 80 new parts. A lot of them are derelict parts. I mean, because this is Scraptown, of course. A lot of them are the overtuned parts, and just a chunk. There's like, I don't know. I don't remember the actual numbers on it. A number of new overtuned parts, a lot of new derelict parts. There's also a lot of unique parts. So that's actually, it's not just all common stuff either. More and more of it is stuff that is rare or difficult to acquire. And there's new ways to acquire parts as well. So yeah, there's one of the other new parts, micro dissipator network. We're not going to go into all the parts. But yes, this has a minus 50 delay on it. All overtuned weapons have a minus 50 delay. They are faster, which means they are quite good when you stack them. But again, you can't really use them unless you go full scrap build, which means you will probably be using a scrap suit, which has its own other benefits. But this is one of their main developments. I'm not going to be doing all the lore. Scraptown is a big lore dive. And we won't be reading through all that because I'll let you do that on your own. But like I said, there's a massive amount of new lore. There's hundreds and hundreds of new lore entries. Many hundreds, probably over thousands of lines of dialogue now. Or not now, but added in Scraptown, and related to stuff that won't appear in your lore even necessarily. There's no, all the dialogue doesn't go into your lore collection. Only certain types of dialogue. But there's a lot of new stuff there. We're not going to go into the details of that. I'm not going to spoil that part. I'm just going over the generalities of our new Beta 14 in Scraptown here. So now we're inside. I see the door closed behind us. The floor rises up to form a wall. If we want to, we can go back outside. So here's our new door. Yay. So that's for coming in and out of Scraptown. We're not technically in Scraptown yet, but there's a new door. All right, everyone say hi to Soul. Luigi's cat has joined us in time for Scraptown. She's a big fan of the large one. New door technology, yes. I use that in a couple places here. I am very proud of that. I love walking back and forth through there. Isn't it cool? Look at that. It's awesome. It's got a cool sound effect, too. I made that sound effect out of other sound effects. But it works out. So I think we've gone through the wall enough times. I need to put that in the score sheet. How many times did you go back and forth through this wall? It is true. Desinum says we have even cooler new door tech later. I should show you the other cool new door tech. I want to talk about that one, actually. Yes. I made the sound garage. Yes. All right. This sound is the garage. All right. Okay, so we're not in Scraptown. This is not Scraptown. This is a different place, but this is where the entrance is. I talked to this guy in the doorway. Yeah, so anyway, imagine what we could do. I'm going to skip the rest of his lore. We can read it, I guess, up there. There's some items here. We're going to ignore this big item. You can explore more of that later. A little light reading. This is an important one. A little light reading never hurt anyone. But if you dare try to take our prototype, you'll regret it. So if you look here, if you look at the top there, this is called the Scrap Lab. The location we're in right now is called the Scrap Lab. And there's a bunch of records you can read here. This is actually where the Scrap Engine is being developed. And you can read more about the lore of that. You can read background. This is actually, so that's about the lore of the Scrap Engine, the Scrap Lab and its history and what they've been doing here. This here is the actual Scrap Engine manual. There's an entire manual for the Scrap Engine now. The people have been asking, you have new players always coming in, how do I use this? What does it do? Because the item description, obviously, it's not going to cover everything that's, all the stuff you'd want to know about it. I mean, it's literally pages and pages. So, as you can see here, this manual is our attempt to summarize what we understand about the latest iteration of the Scrap Engine prototype, to the best of our knowledge. Even SCP-X, which means Scrap Engine Prototype X, has not yet undergone extensive field testing, thus the information contained herein is hypothetical, or only initially confirmed via controlled experimentation. So these are all the chapters in the manual. It's literally a full manual for how to use the Scrap Engine. And yeah, it's got what you need to know in it if you're going to read through the whole thing. So yeah, to do, figure out the rest. Yeah, there's a to do at the bottom. The to do says figure out how the newest subatomizer persuasion algorithm actually works, so I can provide more color on that. That's right, exactly, Tomas. This is a game with a manual that has its weapon with its own manual. Hey, it's very fitting because it's a super complex item, and not only it's a super complex item that took a very long time to put together because it has just complex and extensive mechanics that enable an entire build on its own. So, yeah, it's big. So as you can see, there's a whole lot of chapters to the manual. I'm not going to read them all here, but you can do that. If you're going to use the scrap engine, it might tell you something you don't know, but most people have used the scrap engine, probably know most of the things, or have asked them or gotten them from another guide. There is a guide that's been written about the scrap engine, but it contains a lot of this information. A weapon that has a manual longer than the normal Cogmind manual. Yes, even the manual writer doesn't know how it works. Yes, that is, I think, rather funny. But yeah, you can read about the lore of it. The scrap engine actually has, a decent amount of lore behind it. There's actually more lore about the scrap engine inside Scraptown itself. It's a big part of their faction, but it is not a main. It is not. So, I know a lot of people were assuming, and actually, this was the original plan for the scrap engine. Was it would be something you can get if you join Scraptown. But that changed later. I decided that the scrap engine should not be something that you get from joining them, and it has now become something you get by stealing it, pissing them off. I think if you look up here, you see at the bottom there it says release inventory, and there's a check on that. I guess I could press it, but if it's broken, it would bork our run. But yeah, the SCPX is the current iteration, and if you press release inventory, it will say, he did tell you not to steal it. It's going to remind you here too that you'd better have permission, and you have to do the hack twice in order to actually release it. But if you do, you immediately are hostile with Scraptown, and so yeah, you have to be hostile if you're going to use this. So it is no longer their main thing. There's other stuff you get from joining Scraptown, and other benefits and other main stuff. But anyway, as you'll learn more about it in the lore. The scrap engine is something very important that they're working on, and they're doing it here, and you'll see why in the lore as well. But yes, must get permission to steal it. Who should we ask? Right. So yeah, I did add a confirmation. I know that some of the newer players, some people like to just press all the things on a terminal when they get there, and also maybe miss the dialogue too, because he does tell you when you come in, don't steal our prototype. It might not be unless you read everything immediately, it won't be super explicit what you're actually doing when you hit that. And so anyway, now it's more obvious. You will have to at least confirm it, which means pressing it twice, so it's less likely to accidentally do it. It'll remind you can't do that. So yeah, so if you take if you can't go to Scraptown if you steal their engine, they will close the entrance to Scraptown. Scraptown is a very hostile Cogmind. It's very anti-hostility. The entire design was able to be done by the fact that if you're hostile at all anywhere in Scraptown, or even before Scraptown, you're hostile with the entirety of the UFD and Scraptown inhabitants, which enabled some good opportunities for the design as well, to make it that way. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to become hostile with them. And so as you can see, if you go through their lab, we can now enter Scraptown. So we're finally here. This is a new map. It's a rather large new map with a lot of stuff in it. It stares to transform into another Triborg if you're trying to take it. Alright, so we are in a new map. Now normally when you come into a map that's friendly, you don't want to be corrupted. We're not corrupted. If we take a step here, they're going to give us another local narrowcast. You can't see the full in top left. It shows in the bottom left, but it's too much for my current message up there. Size shown at the top there, but local narrowcast. Welcome to Scraptown. Please remember it is vital to either disarm yourself or ensure you are corruption-free before entering the area. Use the sea scrubber. You bear full responsibility for any potential consequences of the noncompliance. Enjoy your stay. So if you look around, they say use the sea scrubber. There is a machine called a sea scrubber right next to you. If you step into the sea scrubber and you're corrupted, it will clear your corruption for you immediately at the entrance. So you do not aggro anybody and you do not remain corrupted while you are in Scraptown, because as pretty much every Cogmind player knows, if you're corrupted and you enter a friendly zone, you are asking to get attacked eventually. Can we test Triborg versus GM in Wizard mode? Yeah, once it's enabled, you would be able to do that. That would be funny. That's a good question. Who would win? I guess Triborg, probably. But Yes, yes, I'm happy to see people learning organically. I think with wizard mode, people would immediately start digging a bit too quickly into a lot of things, even though everyone finds stuff pretty rapidly and uncovers things anyway. But I think in a previous one of the previous betas, the idea was we just requested that people not use a wizard mode, but obviously some people are going to be hard pressed to avoid that. I know people might not want to, but because it's available, they'll do it anyway. Now it's just not available, so it becomes a little more difficult. I guess theoretically you can dig through and find things quickly other ways, but at least it'll take a little longer. Can't believe you invested all that cash into GM when you could have had Triborg. Well, as you'll learn, the Scraptown lore is very interesting. There's their background. An unclassified, non-registered visitor in Outer Scraptown, temporarily sealing HQ gate. So, yeah, what's the excitement of entering zone with corruption not having explosive weapons equipped? Dobby got ripped off. So we're in a new area here. We can say hi to these guys. These guys are actually just guards. We are OB Prime. We are 1. These are, as you can see, they're a new build as well. These are some of the new, you can also see and use some of the new tiles. Casper did an excellent job. We had like 20 different variations of these guys before finally settling on this one. This guy, as you can see, also overtuned weaponry. Not both of them, but one of his guns is overtuned. He's also got his scrap suit because he needs that to keep them from malfunctioning. He's got overtuned treads, which are faster. They're faster and carry less. Basically, a little difference, different balance in their stats. Also, dissipator network. Everything else pretty normal. They do use some regular derelict stuff as well. But yeah, one of their more unique things is overtuned parts and scrap suits for Scraptown. But one thing you can tell is Scraptown is actually not as scrappy as Zion. There's not crap everywhere. To all visitors, defacing our home will be considered a hostile act. Tread lightly and respect boundaries. So that's kind of a warning of don't destroy things. Hey, Dwarfinator, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Glad you're loving it. We are 1. Liar, I see you too. We are 1. Yeah. Well, there's more lore coming for OB Prime. That's one of the main things that was left out. There's some lore related to it in here. You will find. But OB Prime is one of the larger factions inside the UFD. So as a quick summary, Scraptown is home to a lot of derelicts from a different place. OB1 to be precise. Most of them came from actually the old complex. And they're comprised. It's the UFD, the United Federation of Derelicts, are comprised of many sub-factions, and each of these sub-factions has their own goals and whatnot. But they all work together and have a headquarters here, where they set up offices for the different sub-factions and whatnot. And OB Prime is one of the more important, bigger sub-factions. They're the ones who have the guards here. That's why these guys say that. There's going to be a lot more about them in Beta 15. They're going to be pretty pivotal in some of what's going to come. So yeah, you'll see part of that now. But it's not... They don't even have an office, so... More of that will be coming. So here's another guard here. He'll say the same thing, actually. That one doesn't change green, but there's... So they said... One thing we'll do really quick here is they said, as you recall when we walked in here, unclassified non-registered visitor in Outer Scraptown, temporarily sealing HQ gate. So if we head over here into this eastern area, there's Triborg. There's a lot of people who might be talking randomly and saying stuff when you're walking around. So here is a giant gate. If you look at the gate here, it says UFD HQ gate. Their headquarters is to the east of our location, but you can't get through the gate unless you do one of two things. You can attack them, or you can join them, and that lets you into the headquarters. Now, attacking them is kind of hard, especially if you come along the route that we took. This is a hard route because we have not evolved yet. We came straight from -10. Look at our core. Attacking this place from that depth without anything is asking to die because there's this guy over here, one of their guards. it's our boy Triborg. How tough is the gate? The gate is pretty tough. If you look at that, they got 60 armor and is resistant to everything except thermal, and which means it's hard to get through. There are some things that can get you through this early. In fact, we even have one of them on me right now. I have, whoops, nope. I have a plasma cutter. Plasma cutter gets through anything, so it could get through this door. It gets through anything. It's not impregnable, which there's almost nothing impregnable in the game. But plasma cutter can get us through this door. It will just take a while, and you could do. It's possible we could do it if you look at this guy. Look at Mr. Triborg here. This is the Triborg. It is defender of Scraptown, and you don't really want to mess with this guy. As you can see, he's rather powerful. He has high core exposure, but he also has rather high integrity. And he also has this, I can't look at it because we don't have info on it, prototype ballistic cannon. But his cannon will obliterate you. It will also obliterate the wall, though. So if you can take his cannon from him, you can use it to blast down their own headquarters wall. Which someone has done already. Which is kind of cool. It's doable. It's just you've got to come prepared and hope and get stuff that allows you to get that prepared. So anyway, yeah, Triborg is good. Plexian says they have an unofficial bounty for whoever kills Triborg and escapes on the sub-cave's recycling route. It would be crazy hard, yeah. I mean, I guess my guess is you'd probably just do it if you get lucky with allies in recycling, which we've seen can be very powerful. I was considering maybe not letting them let allies in here. I'm not sure if I want to do that yet. I'm just letting people do what they want in that regard. But the scrap lab, it could be argued either way. The lab and the guard there does say, we're somehow, we're allowed in because the system said we're allowed in. Normally they don't allow everyone in. So you could argue that friends who are with us are also allowed in because we're allowed in. But then we could also say that because they're not on the list, they're not allowed in. That kind of thing. The system won't let anyone else in, so they could block all your allies from entering. But I haven't gone that far yet. I think it's fine for now. But if you do have allies, it can make it easier to take out Triborg if you can get some that way. But anyway. YOLO can... Yeah, there's certainly a number of ways. If you take a longer route to get to Scraptown, you have a lot more options. If you take the shortcut, you have almost no options for getting in. Except for joining, right? We can walk over here. So here's the entrance here. As you can see our machine in the top right there making noise. This machine here is the UFD registry. And there's this guy here at the door. Mr. Scrapper here says, "Hello there, wanderer. Welcome to Scraptown. Feel free to enjoy the outer areas of our peaceful enclave and maybe consider becoming a registered member of the United Federation of Derelicts. We have support groups of various backgrounds and free bolts. Let me know if you'd like to join us." Pretty much everyone says yes. I mean, how could you resist? So, as you can see, he's still flashing there. If he flashes again, that's because he has more dialogue. And as usual in Cogmind, if someone says, let me know if, that means that you can talk to them again for some other advantage. So, if you talk to him again, you join the UFD. Which I think we'll be doing shortly. Maybe we can do it now. Might as well do it now. Let's join the UFD. Alright, so. Yeah, we're going to get a new badge here. We're going to join the UFD right now by talking to this guy again. Ready to join already, are we? That's almost record time. Allow me to commune with the Great Nut for your holy moniker. So, the Great Nut is back. There has always been Great Nut comment. There was a comment. There have been a couple comments in Cogmind lore about the Great Nut, but there are now even more in Scraptown, and in fact, there's even Great Nut lore. Yeah, as Plexion is yelling in chat, it is quite true. Listen and recite. There is actually a number of... There's Great Nut lore now. In fact, I know there's some that people haven't discovered yet, but yeah, there's more Great Nut lore, which people will, learn more about it over time, but... Yes, praise be to the Great Nut. So, anyway, got ya. Just kidding. We only barely tolerate that crazy cult around here. So, even they think the Great Nut followers are crazy. Well, followers or follower, you will read more about that lore later. But our trusty PRNG will do. From here on, You should be known among us as Mace Grid the Scrapper. Mace Grid. Man, damn, that would have been so appropriate if I had my mace build going. If you don't like it, tough. That's just how it is. You think I wanted to be called Nano Bearings? Welcome, Mace Grid. You have just witnessed the first real-time thing in Cogmind. Probably the only real-time thing, but there is our second new gate. The first new gate was the opening wall and closing walls. The second new gate is an actual giant ASCII gate that moves. I said we didn't, normally in Cogmind, the gates that you open by hacking and whatnot, they just disappear, the walls and stuff like that. This one actually opens. I said, this is a cool big gate. It needs to open. So I made it open. So it's in real time. Technically, it's real time in a turn-based game, which, it's not going to have massive mechanical implications, but as you can see, it slowly opens as I walked over here, and so you can run in before it's even completely open, run in through up here, or some people could test it around later and fool around with it, but technically, theoretically, if you can have a way to disable it fast enough while it's opening, you can actually stop it from opening because it breaks. and that's intentional. It doesn't break the game. It's intentional that you can do that theoretically. So yeah, you can technically open it. You have to be it's not easy to do probably in a regular run, but it's doable. If you break the gate, it'll stop. No, like I said, it won't crash. It's intended. You're intended to be able to do that. It will just stop the gate from opening. But of course, if you do that, obviously you're hostile with Scraptown as well. So you immediately become hostile, which probably doesn't make sense. You join just to become hostile immediately as the gate is opening. So that would be an interesting idea. Probably not a good idea, but if you break the gate, you get broken by the Triborg right behind you. So it's not the greatest idea. But anyway, it is technically a real-time thing in a turn-based game. It required a little bit of, obviously, shenanigans in the coding to make that even work, but it works, and there's no problems with it. It should be fine. So yes, we now have a real-time giant gate that opens. So, the Scraptown's way too attached to their gates. You can't plasma it? Yeah, you can plasma it if you want to, sure. We were talking about that earlier. I have a plasma cutter. You can get through the game as well. Plasma would aggro anyway, exactly. Oh, responding to Nanoslug. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you're saying, you thought you could use a plasma cutter, but it's too thick? You could just go through it layer by layer. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Just cut through the next layer, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't reading far enough back in an active chat here. But yeah, you can go through a piece at a time. Just cut through the whole gate if you want to. So we did have a plasma cutter. I'm not actually going to be using that, I imagine. But we walk by Triborg here. Triborg examines you with curiosity. The message is actually different whether or not you've joined or not. So yeah, welcome to our newest member, Mace Grid. Open the gate, it said. So as you can see now, we have a name. Our UI is now yellow. That is the new faction color. And there's it because they are the faction associated with scrap and recycling, as you will learn in the lore and the mechanics as well. So they're yellow, and as you can see over here, we have our name is right here, Mace Grid. So now we're known in the UFD as Mace Grid. That name will appear in various things. It can appear in dialogue, it can appear during some hacks, it can appear in a number of places, but that is our name. It's technically in our history log now too. It's your member name. You will also find that all UFD members also have a member name, and that is the name that's often used to refer to them in other records as well. So, yeah, right, Josh here. What does the scrap alignment do beyond letting you in? Well, yeah, when we get in, there's a lot of stuff inside, so you get the good stuff that's inside. So Scraptown is it's a big map. Let's see here, keep my mouse on. There's a giant map we have here to explore. The gate lets you into the right half of the map, and the right half of the map has better stuff. That's the beginning of it. The other thing is, obviously, they have a long-term goal, and you can work with them towards that goal. But the end game of their goal doesn't come until beta 15. So we will get other benefits. I will show you those shortly, but yeah, and beta 15 is when it'll really get going, the joining in of their faction, the advantages. But we have yet to see all the other stuff. So there's a lot of things, guys, outside here. I'm gonna ignore these guys. These guys are talking. If you walk into an office, oh, here we go. Here's an office. So if we walk into this office, the general organization of Scraptown is there is a large central area here, and all of the space around here is different member offices. And so they're all randomly chosen. So you get different offices each run. And if you go into Scraptown, there is another large area, another big circular area. Their headquarters is in the central area is here. And all the surrounding areas are going to be better offices and usually better rewards in general. Access to more stuff. So, and if you walk into the office, it will immediately give you another narrowcast telling you what that office is. This one says, cyclists, leave your biases at the entryway, please. These, as one of these guys will tell you, I think, is this guy who tells you that? No, that's a different guy. One of these guys in here. Yeah, no, we don't ride bicycles around. What would a derelict need with an old contraption like that? We are chroniclers of the cycles, historians of the world. So this particular group is actually the historians of Scraptown. They are rather vital for lore hunters because they have a lot of lore on their terminals. And you get different lore in different runs. So they have a number of different possible terminals that can appear. If you look back here, there was actually a gate here, which only, whoops, let me turn. If there was a gate here, you can only come in here if you're a member. There's, even though this is on the outside of Scraptown, the reason I did that is because I wanted people to be able to access this terminal here, which gives you a general UFD synopsis. This tells you all the basics about the UFD. There's a lot of history here to read, just zip through all that. There's a lot of history about and information about the UFD. It tells you about their origins, tells you all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to read all the lore. There's a lot of lore, like I said. And, whoops. Since we joined the UFD, we have access to their back room, which has even more terminals. The terminals we got here is subcaves research. There's a whole bunch of stuff about the subcaves here, which can give you some mechanical information, but also just lore and background information. There's also a general history here. The first cycle, the slaughter of 3920, that's one of the smaller terminals. There's some terminals that are very big with a lot of stuff on them. But different terminals can appear here. Some of the offices that I was just referring to, these sub-member offices, they have different content each time as well. There's variable content within the variable offices that can appear. So you won't always get the same content within them. But many of them are similar or with similar rewards each time. Meaning if you get that particular office. This one happens to be one that I wanted to have a lot of variation because I needed to fit a lot of lore into it. So you'll get different offices. This one looks different each time in each variant too. So if you walk in here, you can see the same kind of layout. It actually means that the terminals in the back will be the same. You don't have to walk in. If you see that, I think there's 4 different layouts for the cyclists that give you a total of 8 different terminals with a lot of different stuff on many of them. So you will get different layouts, and you can see that immediately when you come in, if you remember. But will other factions refer you by your UFD cause sign now instead of as Cogmind? Maybe. That's been known to happen. Normally, it's your UFD name, though. So there is not a reason for many of them to even know or care about that. But there is one situation in particular where it matters, so you'll see. Turns out they're just nerds. Scrap engine is only upstairs. Dagger them. Oh yeah, talking about the scrap engine. Is there any word better reward than the engine? Maybe the manual for it. I mean, certainly there's a lot of rewards and good stuff in here. But yeah, so like I said, there was a door in here that only opens for members, but everything else out here is actually open. You don't have to join the UFD, and you get all the stuff that's out here. There's CPS tubes, okay, a whole lot of this is the CP. You see the local narrowcast there, CPS storage. We're in the CPS storage room, so this is just one of the random things that can appear. We get a CPS storage room. We get an artisan demo area. So there's shapes within shapes. What does it mean? So this is a guy walking around observing this artisan. This guy here likes artisans and stuff, and so he's got a recreation and stuff. A lot of the encounters that are outside. Hi there, Mace. There you go. Hi there, Mace Grid. Have we met somewhere? So this is just a random guy who was walking into the room. He's not scripted or anything. He just, I talked to him because he accidentally was in the doorway. I could have sworn I saw you running for your life in the sub caves around the same time I was. You loser. Those swell dwellers can be fierce. So as you can see, they'll refer to you by your UFD name as well. If you haven't joined the UFD yet, they just call you a wanderer. That's the standard name for a visitor who has not joined the UFD. You're just called wanderer. So, yeah, the narrowcast awakened. There's a lot of. I'm not going to go into all these rooms and do all the things that you might do in them or talk to people. Another room, assassins. The assassins. But the encounters you get outside Scraptown are usually just informative. They can be helpful. As you can see here, there's a bunch of CPS tubes. Some of them are helpful in terms of actual rewards. Many of them are just lore. But there's also some guaranteed rewards in Scraptown we'll be looking at. Observation area. All right, there's some stuff in there, but we don't have to do that. And there's another one to the south, which is also purely lore and local stuff, so we won't do that. But, so the headquarters is that way. There's other stuff we can do out here. Like, there's guaranteed rewards in Scraptown as well. There are a number of guaranteed rewards. So there's not all random. First of all, you get faction joining rewards, certain guaranteed ones, which we'll get to. There's also there's also a number of other guaranteed rewards, like this guy. Hi, Maze Grid. Have any sub-dweller tech on you? Just step into our machine here for a quick scan, and we'll reward you with valuable knowledge for your troubles. So this is one of the examples of something you can do in the sub-caves, which gives you a benefit here. Oh, that reminds me. I should have grabbed a scrap shield before we came. Didn't get that. There's a number of things you can do. But anyway, this guy here is, he says, if we have any sub-dweller tech, just step in their scanner and reward us. There, so quick scan. Scan 3 sub-dweller components. Printing 2 logs. So we are currently owning 3 sub-dweller components. The more sub-dweller gear you bring, the more derelict logs they'll give you. Thank you. May your journeys be full of scrap. Yeah, I should have brought a scrap shield. Amika, that would have been awesome. I haven't gotten to use that yet. But anyway, at least we joined the UFD, which means I get to use all the other stuff. But going through sub-caves, there are a number of things you can bring to get advantages. If you want to take the shortcut. So yeah, that's just more in the trade-off area. So we got research garrison access intel and research terminal intel. So this guy will give you some logs. His logs are pretty good too. You can get some really good logs in Scraptown. So the general idea behind Scraptown design, like the very high level idea, is you will skip a depth. Which is usually, a lot of people consider a bad thing in Cogmind. If you're trying to go for max rewards, is skipping a whole depth. You lose a whole cave depth and other stuff you might be able to get at that depth. But it should give you enough as a reward that it can be worth doing that, depending on how you plan it out and what you do, and also randomly what you get. But so there are rewards like these. This guy's logs are better. He'll give you late game stuff as well, or stuff that's useful in the late game. Which is pretty good, but do you get extra benefit from bringing almond roll parts? No, there's no connection to almond roll and sub-caves. They just want sub-dweller parts, specifically things with the sub-dweller prefix. Anything with sub-dweller prefix they want, and actually the scrap shield I think counts as well. It's an exception. I'm pretty sure that counts as a sub-dweller part. It is done as a special exception, but. In general, yeah, stuff sub-dwellers use, which is almost entirely sub-parts, yeah, except for the scrap shield. I don't think they don't use anything else. So, as you can see, like Zion and Warlord, there are also random people walking around. Like I talked to one earlier, and you can talk to them and get a whole bunch of random dialogue. There's a lot of it. And oh yeah, this is a new bot too. He's a scientist. As you can see, he is not a combat bot, but he does have something new. This is a new part. Charlotte Cat said, enhanced scrap shield is a great flight item. Getting research terminal intel is nutty. Yeah, there's some really good, he's definitely, if you bring enough sub-driller parts, you can get a lot of logs. More than I got. There is a cap, though. You can't bring a giant storage full of stuff and get 1 billion logs, but he'll give you a lot. This is a new part. Sorry, I should open that first. This is the tech extrapolator. It's what their scientists use. There's actually a little bit of history behind this part as well. Oh, that scrap shield carried you if he runs back? Man, yeah, I wish I'd gotten that. I'd forgotten about it. I thought I would have had one by the time I left, and then I explored most of the map. Maybe I could have passed by and I could have explored more and grabbed it anyway then. Intentionally gone after them to grab a scrap shield. But it's a good pickup if you're going to come here and join. You have to join. That's the thing. We'll get to that part, I guess, later. But anyway, here's the tech extrapolator. This is an interesting new part, which people have yet to use a lot, but I think people will be using more of in the future if you can get a hold of one. It's actually not easy to get a tech extrapolator intentionally. For various reasons, but I won't get into the details of that. So that is a tech extrapolator, and it's on the scientists. And here's another new bot, X. The return of fabrication. Yes, there will definitely be some people doing more fabricating as a result of this release. So this is an explorer, another new class, a derelict class. He's got these guys, as you can see his whole build here pretty much. They don't always have a seismic detector though. They carry a random InfoWar utility and combined with their other stuff. But they're a melee dude with mega melee resistances. They're dangerous up close as normal melee guys, but otherwise don't have to worry about them too much. Bottleneck is more auth chips than schematics. I mean, you don't have to use auth chips though. I mean, whoops. Yeah, I'm not going to be talking to a bunch of people. There's a ton of dialogue to get, but... And so, these are the back rooms. Psst, hey, Mace Grid, over here. Oh, This guy is here, got something to tell us. I won't talk to that guy. You can find out what that guy does later. Plexion says I like this guy. You can talk to him on your own run. I'll skip that one. But he's a guaranteed encounter. There are a number of guaranteed encounters, and you'll know where they are. This is a static area of Scraptown. The outer areas are static, so everything will be in the same location every time if you know you need something. Like, for example, this giant room full of messed up parts. Ooh, there's a proton missile launcher. There's definitely some out-of-depth stuff in here, but it's also in bad shape. Which could be okay if you find someone here to repair your stuff, but otherwise, maybe not. So... Omega says, I double-checked, enhanced scrap shield tanked 1,400 damage for me. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a good reason. It's just one of those guaranteed good reasons to join Scraptown. This is another special guy. In fact, this guy's got a special name in case you didn't notice. I know some people have been here and visited this guy, but he's Tone. He hasn't been playing lately, but I finally managed to fit him in here. There's a lot of, and it's in a fitting location too, actually. Very fitting for what this guy does. There's a terminal here. His terminal is called Triangle Research, and yeah, this guy has some more. You didn't realize he was Tone? Yeah, you got to notice his name. It's Tone. There's a number of names that, the thing is, there's a lot of new ones that are, if you find some static guys, a lot of them are named after people. This one in particular actually is named this way for a pretty specific reason. But yeah, I don't know about in disguise, but yeah, technically he was kind of related to that whole thing, and which longtime Cogmind players will know. But he's got a terminal here, Triangle Research, which has a lot of entries on it and stuff you can read, and he's another NPC you can interact with and do stuff with. So we're going to skip that though, because I don't have anything to do with him, but there is stuff you can do with him. In fact, it includes one of the guaranteed benefits of Scraptown, assuming you can obtain what he wants. But yeah, you can explore that in your own runs. Some actually decent stuff in there to scrap here. EM pulse cannon is not terrible. Nuclear core. Actually, wait. I actually wouldn't mind a nuclear core. The thing he wants is not guaranteed though, so you'd have to get that. A lot of people don't find it. It's actually kind of rare. But that's all I'll say about him. And so yeah, these are the back rooms. Scrap in Scraptown. Yes, there's some scrap in Scraptown. It's also, these scraps are located in typical locations. They improved light cannon. Actually, that's not terrible. Hard light generator and large matter pod and and wait a minute. Ooh, spiked treads. Okay, I'll take some spiked treads. And what else we got? We haven't even gone into the inner offices yet. We'll be getting to that. CPS tubes, these are guaranteed. You will get at least some CPS tubes just for coming here. And that is, even if you don't join, you can get these CPS tubes outside. There will be much access to CPS tubes if you do join, though. You will basically have unlimited CPS tubes, which are nice. If you don't know what these are, this is a CPS tube. Use them on Triborg, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're guaranteed CPS outside, which you could use on Triborg to get as loot. But that's the point of these, is basically you get free, you can guarantee getting loot of anything that survives a bot's destruction. So, and there's a little bit of lore about that as well. About where, a bit more about what they are and where they came from. So let's see. A lot of guys running around, and there's another room like that. So this is basically what's back here. There's a number of guaranteed NPCs that I didn't talk to. But yeah, that was the extent of what we got out here. So as you can see, not a lot of direct benefits to coming if you don't join, unless there are some, though. Technically, there's that guy out there. There's one, and of course there's the random stuff in here. But I know so far we've got people coming here to attack the place to try to get everything for free, because a lot of the rewards inside, half of them or so, depends, it's random chance really, but some of the rewards, some of the things you can get from Scraptown interior are not, they're not actually free. Cogmind Postal Service tubes. They can totally be Cogmind Postal Service tubes. So now we're inside. There's a guy to talk to there. Come one, come all, see for yourself a fine selection of the many wondrous pieces in our collection. So we got the museum. We got the museum, which is nice. We'll look at that in a bit. Here's another dude in here working on the UFD mainframe on the inside. I haven't heard the story on the damper. Oh, did you see a damper down there? Yeah, there's different stories we'll get to that in a second. I just want to see what kind of stuff we've got. Oh no, we got this. Oh shit. This will be a spoiler if I do this thing. This here is the Cartography Club. We map, therefore we are. I like this one. This is the Cartography Club, and so if you walk up here, so I don't know if I should. I guess I should do it. We just like making maps. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Plexion. I don't know. It wasn't just found out. I saw someone did it yesterday. Oh, actually, I saw someone know what was there. I don't know if you're saying someone figured out the trigger too. Then it is a puzzle. Yeah, I saw. People finally found the final reward for this place yesterday, and I guess I'm hearing now in chat that someone just discovered how to get it legitimately. Someone found that there is a reward here. There's actually multiple rewards here, but I intentionally did that. So there's 3 levels of rewards. I intentionally did that and hid the final one even more because it's supposed to make you think that you've got the rewards when you don't actually have the best reward they have to offer. Although technically getting their terminal alone is really rewarding. You get some pretty rewarding stuff first of all, but they have yet more rewards if you can go all the way. So. And someone has apparently found it in all in chat now. But I was going to cheese this with drone hopping until I realized it was solvable legit. It is solvable legit. Actually, speaking of that, I'm using spike treads right now, which means it's not solvable on treads. You can't do this on treads. I put on my wheels to do it. But this might be the best prefab. I spent a little while making this one. It's fun. In fact, what I wanted to do was have multiple different puzzles and layouts, but I figured at least one for now was enough. And once you know it, it's not hard to. It's easy to solve. But yeah, you can strip too. But as long as you're fast enough, I don't remember. I think they've required speed. You have to be fast enough to solve their puzzle, but it's not a mass. It doesn't have to be super fast. But if you're on treads, you won't be able to solve it. So yeah, I think I'll see what we are when we look at our weight. But so we got the Cartographers Guild. I mean, I guess I can do it now. Speed relevant stat. Yes, speed is relevant to this Cartography Club here. Let's see what our speed is when I put on wheels. I actually don't know what our speed will be. 105. We should be fast enough. Yeah, so are you here to learn the secret to being a good mapper? It would take an entire cycle to cover in proper detail, but I can give you a few tips. So this guy's here to actually give new players some tips on InfoWar. Spoilers incoming. Yes. Stop watching the stream for the next 5 minutes if you want to avoid this spoiler. I'm going to spoil this. Come back in 5 minutes. And Desnim says, I already saw it, but it amuses me. Well, I mean, if you already know it, then it doesn't matter. I'm talking to the people who don't know it. All right. So yeah, when you walk in here, you try to get to their terminal, and it immediately blocks the wall. You can't go that way. DF will never figure this one out. And there's people, there sure is a lot of activity around Complex OB10. This is a good thing because it means lots of new areas to map. It's also a bad thing because not all these areas are overseen by friendly bots. So you got a lot of explorers here. Oh, and this also got blocked off. So, there's... I packed a lot of stuff into this tiny little... I had to rearrange things a number of times, trying to fit as much as I could in this tiny area. And this guy kind of is here to body block you. You actually, after you talk to him, if you walk behind him, there's another way to go forward. And now you can cheat and try to chop your way through the whole maze, but if you do that, obviously you're aggroing Scraptown, so you can't cheat if you're going to do this. And then you can come up here and grab this. It's a mapping drone bay. It's like, hey, I got my reward, mapping drone bay. But you know you're not done yet because you've got this terminal, which you never got to, right? So you got to get to the terminal somehow, right? So there's a mapping drone bay. But if you take a step north, something happens. You trigger a sensor switch. That was also why I put this not at the end of the corridor, because I wanted people to pick this up and say, okay, I got what I wanted, and I turn around and leave, right? And if you walk into all these areas, there's nothing. So it looks like you're kind of a dead end. Maybe there's nothing else. But if you walk further north, there's a switch here, which you might miss. So there's a lot. What I tried to do was insert a lot of steps where people might give up or think they're done. Simply as Luigi's shovel and bypass all of that. Just solve it incorrectly on purpose. No! Man, Luigi's shovel's awesome. Alright, so if we step on that and then come back here, there's a door that's open. There's a new door. But if I wait right here, the door closes again on its own. So if you were too slow to immediately race out to the entrance, you will miss that door. But we're fast enough that I can get here with plenty of time. And then you step inside and it closes behind you. And then you come in here. And look around some more. You find a bot who says, I give up, go away. He's stuck in the maze. And you walk in here, and you walk in here. Oh, yeah, and then, of course, you can see that you're the terminal's over here, right? So, hey, youngster. Yeah, I'm spoiling the maze. So, this is how you access their terminal. And this is their terminal. Their terminal has quite a lot of stuff. As you can see, they give you it. Basically, this is equivalent to derelict. The derelict logs, like the kinds we just picked up too. But it also tells you what you're getting here. We get all depth IDs. We know these though. It tells us where Zion is. Zion's at -7. It tells us where Warlord is. They know where Warlord is. They know where Quarantine is. And as you can see here, we got 2 material zones. That is not helpful. 2. It's actually times 8 because it's 8 layouts. Actually, the numbers are wait a minute, 12. Actually, wait, is that one mislabeled? Oh, that's a pen click. I think I mislabeled one. 1 second. Cartog. What was that? Maybe I mislabeled that one. Looks like it. Equals 2. Pen click. Got a second pen click here. Alright. So, because, yeah, it should be named, I think, after the same, yeah, they're all named after the same number. That one had exactly a mistake there. I did a lot of those. Anyway, we're getting a lot of stuff here. So you get all the exits. This is just a ton of lore. So as you can see here, like I was talking about, by skipping a depth, you should hopefully get enough rewards that it's the equivalent of an entire depth, or even more. I mean, especially as you can see, because we joined Scraptown, we're getting even better stuff. You might not get this particular encounter when you go inside Scraptown. There's a number of them. All right, so we're not done yet. Look at that. If we go back to the beginning, we can get back out. And so everyone's like, yes, I'm done. I've got all the rewards. I am the ultimate cartographer, but you're not done yet. there's a corner up here which has not been explored, and there's actually a way to get into it. And if you try and chop in, you're gonna be in trouble. So there's another way. What I did was I hit a trigger in this corner, which is a corner you would normally never visit, right? So I'm giving it away here. Trigger, open door. Real reward is actually back here. Well, the final reward. We are now here with our deep structural scanner. This is basically a mega structural scanner. It's normally structural scanner can only see one space behind each wall. This sees 3 spaces behind every wall, which is like pretty awesome for digging. Even 1 space is quite good, but 3 spaces you start to find rooms that are slightly separated from each other. The DSS, as it is called, is super awesome. And yes, so it's obviously not easy to find without help or persistence. But yeah, this is the deep structural scanner. So we're definitely taking this. Let me see, I'm going to drop something here. A bunch of random junk I don't actually need. I guess I'll drop a sub-mono wheel because we're not going to need that anymore. So we'll take the DSS. Congratulations, Mapper! You have your very own DSS. Yes, Luigi likes the DSS. Yes, it is good. So, and he can walk back out normally. So that is the completed map for the Cartography Club. So yeah, I spoiled that. I wanted DSS. And also I know it's, now that I've heard it's been discovered in the official way, I guess I'll just throw it out there. But anyway, you get the DSS in exchange for being stuck in that wall. Yes. Easy to get out. Just step back on there. Don't want the mapping. Oh, I forgot about even taking the mapping drones. I was talking too much about all this. Yeah, these are good, actually. These are actually a good reward. I think it's not only mapping drones. Is it only a mapping drone bay? I'm not sure. I was originally going to put some random stuff here, too. I forget whether I actually did that or not, but yeah, let's put on our submachine gun and take the mapping drone bay. Mapping drones are good, too. Oh, it can be survey bot chip. Oh, it's not, yeah, a different survey bot chip. Okay, yeah, it's good stuff. It's actually one of the better encounters. Because you get all that stuff for free. True. If you get the mapping drone bay, you could use it to determine the puzzle isn't done. But how many people would actually do that there, right? I know, I think some... Plus, if there's a space, doesn't necessarily mean there's anything there. I mean, there's actually a space on another map down here. Go back down here. There's space on this map which is not used. This map down here is the Curators Association. Welcome to the latest exhibit. Look, but don't touch. So yeah. The curator is, yeah, there's a curator. He's not actually named after anybody, but he's just a regular tinkerer. There are tinkerers here as well. You'll find a number of bots that are not purely new or from... you know, or pure OB1 bots or whatever. There's also some local guys. They better not have stolen those from the exiles. Right, test and react. So yeah, there's a bunch of parts in here. As you can see, this is a prototype, but you are not allowed to break anything. Yeah, like they tell you at the beginning, don't break stuff. So this curator is going to narrate for us all these parts around the room. This piece is on loan from an esteemed patron. They were unwilling to reveal its origin, but praised it as the future of leg locomotion. So this is actually a potential leg, believe it or not. There's a potential. Look at that. They stole that from the exiles, or I mean, never mind. Somebody got it from the exiles. It probably wasn't the exiles, though, if you look at their relations with Scraptown in general. But they have a potential leg. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a potential leg here. A little bit of devlore here. I was, so a long time ago, this was last year, I already had the full list of Scraptown sub-factions, and that included the Curators Association, which was going to have access to different parts, interesting parts, and that they had collected. But I wasn't 100% sure how I was going to present that to the player in terms of, you know, yeah, just how this office would look. and how you interact with it. Because that was, I didn't have any inspiration for it yet, and it was going to be developed later anyway. So that's the kind of thing I would do when I'm actually putting the map together and the encounter itself. Well, with a little around just around the time I was starting on Scraptown and these particular encounters, I was playing Fallout New Vegas, and I encountered the Robco headquarters. I think it's called Robco. And they have a museum there with the bot that takes you around to the different exhibits and talks about them. And that was my immediate inspiration for, yes, the Curators Association should totally do this. They have an exhibit, and there's a guy there who narrates each of them for you and gives you a little story about each. And so there's stories about each of the items here. And they have different items each time, though. There are actually over 20 different exhibits. Each of them has a little story behind it. Some of them perhaps more interesting than others, but and some of them are useful in a way, I guess. But there's a lot of lore, connections and stuff. But anyway, I was playing. Where's the cannibals? But yeah, I was playing New Vegas. I've never played New Vegas before, actually, and I'd been planning to do that at some point. I just wanted to play something immersive, so I started playing. I don't know, a month or two ago. I'm still like in the middle of it, and I've actually stopped playing for the past couple weeks because I've been way too busy on Beta 14 and trying to put it out there. But I'll get back to my run eventually. I've been having fun with that. So that was the inspiration for this. Was the museum in Fallout. So here's another one. If you look at this, we can actually see what it is. It's a melee analysis suite, but this will just be regular lore though. So that's the very MAS chip Nullscrew was using as they held off an onslaught of wild derelicts during one of the Federation's first excursions through the outer Obi-Wan caves. So there's your cannibals. Cat plus plus. The wild derelicts. So a truly brave sacrifice that enabled the rest of the scouting party to return safely. There weren't many remains to collect on the next trip, but they did find this chip with the final tactical situation still burned into its memory. So some of their parts are actually just typical parts with a story behind them. Some of them are special parts, which as you can see, there's a potential leg here, which normally you only get from the exiles. Some of them are completely unique parts you can get nowhere else. There's a damper plating. That's special, right? Unique, but we'll see what they talk about with that. So there's a prototype slashing weapon. Sword, what is this sword? He'll tell us what the sword is. He will say, the one and only legendary chainsaw used by DMGVY himself. Who could that be? It is actually Doom Guy. So this is the legendary chainsaw used by Doom Guy. Rip and tear. So, Doom Guy's chainsaw. Oh yeah, it's cool. 66% sever and quite massive damage. But that is, yes. I mean, not just Doom RL reference, it's a Doom reference. I'm a fan of Doom. I haven't really played much Doom RL. Played a little, like just a run or two before, many years ago. And I played, I've streamed Jupiter Hell before. I played first run of that, played through that once, I guess. But I'm a big fan of Doom, just the FPS. So, been playing that since forever. Yeah. So, where's the PAFG when you need it? Nope, you got a Hobby Go Hostile to get this one. Hey, Steam. Welcome to the stream. You can see why you'd want to loot this place. Yeah, there's even more. This is just there's a lot of things you don't have to loot to get. But this is just, this is an example of one thing you would have to go hostile to get currently. Now, I will mention that some of these items will possibly be accessible through other means later, possibly. Through, for example, the Merchants Guild I can talk about. The merchants will be kind of a catch-all for things that we've found over the years that would be cool to have, but otherwise, you can only get them through some way. It'd be nice if there was another way, and it can fit into the mechanics and work okay without being overpowered or too good or whatever. We'll see how it works out, but the idea is more things will be available through other means later, and that will be one of the avenues that I do that. But currently, this will be the only way to get this item, is to attack them if you want Doomguy's chainsaw. If you take it, need to kill DM with it. So yeah, the merchants are the big thing, where they will kind of fill in areas where they'll allow you to get really unique stuff, including unique stuff. Yeah, I won't go into the details now. That's merchants. That's a whole another expansion, like 2 expansions from now. We're getting there. But I have lots and lots of, I've been working on them as well in terms of the design. There's lots of notes on merchants already, as well as the Unchained. And like I said, that also works into our Scraptown as well. You'll start seeing more mentions of these other factions and what they're doing. There's, in fact, I won't spoil any more of that, but yeah, you'll learn more in Scraptown lore. Infernogeddon engine. I did add an Infernogeddon engine reference, actually, in Beta 14. It will probably be very hard, very, very hard for someone to ever find, but it's in there. Yeah, I know exactly where it is, and I'm guessing no one will ever see it. the confluence of things you have. But then, I don't know, players are surprising. The things you have to do, the things people do are very interesting, and random stuff that happens, but there is a mention. It's tough, though. Yeah, you'd have to do a specific route, get multiple specific items, and do certain things with them to ever even get that reference. So, time to go places people didn't go anymore. Yeah, it'd be tough, but it's out there. I like throwing stuff like that in there that I think people will maybe never see, but maybe someone will find it eventually, and it's a cool thing. Especially when you got a community that's always sharing stuff, because then at least someone finds something cool and shares it with everyone, which is neat as well. So that's an excuse to have even more rare things as well. So, although unwieldy for everyday use, damper plating taken from compactors might be a useful construction material for certain structures. Researchers are looking for a way to miniaturize it, but sheer size seems integral to its anti-EM potential. So, yeah. That's an explanation for these giant damper plating, which, as many of you know, is acquirable in the in the waste from the compactors, and it's quite good. But yeah. Oh, nerfed, you didn't know that? You didn't know that, Sherlock? I guess you've been away for many years. It was nerfed years and years ago. It used to be 3 slots. That was many years ago, yeah. Quite a long time ago now. That's not a recent thing. It's now 4 slots, so... Wait, are Megatreads in the gallery? There are no Megatreads. But like I said, there's a lot of possible parts, and they're randomized each time. So it'll take you a while to see them all, including some of the unique ones. Like this is a unique one. You can only get this chainsaw here. There's other unique ones that they have too. They have possession of a few unique parts. Yeah, so you might not even have the museum, and you also might not have the parts. I think there's like 20-something different parts they can have in here. And obviously, some are not unique. They're just regular parts. But yeah, a number of them are unique. So there's even the prototype ballistic gun is what? Apparently stolen fresh off the Obi-Wan drone factory line. But no one seems to know just what drone this is built for. A scary thought. So this is the much desired compact Gauss rifle, which is a very good weapon, but it only exists on drones and is otherwise unacquirable. You can get it now. Technically, you can get it. Technically. Yeah, this is actually from drones. Normally, only drones can use this, but they have one here. So, Vortex Shredder in the museum when... No. Obtainable T-thruster when... Yeah, I don't think they're going to have T-thrusters. I literally went down the entire list of parts in Cogmind looking for interesting ideas, that I could throw in the museum. And I said it'd be pretty cool if they had a drone gun in here. So... So yeah, that is our museum. But you have to aggro to take the museum. So I guess one thing I should mention here, I will point this out because it's fun. Let's put on our DSS. Boom, check out the DSS in action. Yes, we can now see behind the walls. Look, you can see the door that's opened. Boom, door is open and fills the area over there. It does actually move into the area. Oh, woe to any bots that happen to be in there, but there shouldn't be any bots in there, but it would crush them if they were, I think. Make them steal XLAA. All right, so putting on the DSS. Oh, so what I wanted to point out was you can see that there's holes here in the back of the museum. I'm guessing no one knew there was holes back in the back of the museum. I will tell you now, no, there's not loot back there. But part of the reason there's holes there is I haven't added them yet, but I was considering adding. I considered it too late and I didn't have time, but I was considering adding their special defensive bots that come out if you attack. And again, remember where this the inspiration for this particular format for curators came from. If you've mini triborgs, yes. If you have played, if you've played New Vegas, you might know what's back there, or what would be back there. Does 3 uniborgs equal a triborg? Put some secret in those holes multiple patches later. Yeah. Not death claws, no. In New Vegas, if you're in, it's specific to the museum. If you go to the museum, does anyone know why I would put holes back here? Yeah, yeah, just curious. Yeah, Securatrons. Chrysanowicz knows. Yeah. It'd just be robots. They'd have a special local Securitron robots that come out to protect their gear. Just basically to take the Fallout reference to its full conclusion if you attack that. But then for now I decided there don't need to be any more hostilities in Scraptown, especially because there's already a lot of stuff out there. But yeah, it's always those are turns. So yeah, there would be some bots that hang out in the back. And I mean, they don't have to necessarily be live. I'd have to make a new bot for it, probably, instead of actually being a live bot. It would be kind of like the unaware style of robot, which are back here. So, but that would require a new bot, which almost would require a new tile, and I wasn't going to do that. So it definitely got postponed. I didn't think about it until really late. And I didn't want to get into that. But I left the holes there, maybe, for the future, to remind myself, too. I left a note. So anyway, there might be, if needed. We're still seeing how people attack and what happens. So there could be, there'll be more adjustments made in the future. So anyway, let's see. So he's going to keep yelling out to get people to come to his museum. We found the science guys. The heaviest lifting is done with the mind. So this is an actual place you would have to attack to get what they have. They have a prototype device. This is also the source of some potentially powerful stuff. Can't be real sounds, guys, without the exiles. They actually talk about the exiles here. But yeah, they have a terminal that allows you to identify all of their they allow you to identify prototypes. Boom. All right. That is their prototype list. I'm going to go grab some more water real quick. I will let you look at that list, and I will be right back. All right, back. Whoops. I turned my mouse there. Okay. Oh, so yeah, looking at this list. Oh, it's gone now. I have to look at the other page. It gives you. This allows you to identify what it is they have in the in their little box there. There's cool stuff here. That's not to say all of it technically exists, but they have some extremely powerful parts in here. Yeah, some of it might be available elsewhere later, but maybe not all of it. I mean, some of it's there's some really good stuff in here, like really, really good stuff. Oh yeah, that was the big thing. I'm glad you like it, Decinim. That's the idea, is to add. Yeah, I mean that's the idea in the future going forward as well. You know, just more and more exile-like items and just unique stuff with cool abilities. That's what these are. These are the science guys. They give you some really good stuff. What is this one they've got? Oops, let me turn my keyboard mode back on. They have a field manipulator. Now, some of these parts, I mean, they might need some adjusting because they're kind of new and weird and different. And some can allow you to do some crazy stuff. I need to see what's possible with some of these parts before doing much more. But almost all of them have unique mechanics. In fact, all those parts all the parts that can appear have unique mechanics. This one in particular, 75% chance to reflect most types of incoming projectiles back in the direction of the attack. Which is a pretty high chance. Can't affect guided projectiles or penetrating projectiles if they successfully penetrate. But for this to work, you have to be inside a stasis trap, an active stasis trap. So if you can get stasis traps and use this somewhere, you can literally use enemies' combat potential against themselves for a while. Yeah, serious theory crafting item given the restriction. It's got some interesting restrictions. So a lot of their items are very unique or powerful, but they also have some very interesting restrictions. And of course, there can be some other tweaking done in the future, we'll see. Especially once wizard mode is available and people start doing more free theory crafting, then we'll see what else is possible with these. And what people end up doing is, you use wizard mode to figure out crazy strategies and then go do them rather than actually trying to do them in game. So I'm sure we'll be more informed on what possibilities there are and how worth it is trying some of these things in the future. Definitely call an ambulance, but not for me type of item. Yeah, there's a when you get stuck in the stasis trap right in front of the behemoth setup. So as you can see, it will drain the field strength as well, though. But it's not. In other words, it's not infinite. But by the time, depending on how much you're fighting, if you've got a stasis trap or two, you can like obliterate enemies by both shooting them and having them shoot themselves. So, adding stasis traps to the S7 hallway sounds less bad now. Wow, with just this one item, yeah, but right, with an investigator squad, exactly. Omae wa mo shinderu, right? So this would encourage carrying around stasis traps with you, which technically is something you can do. I mean, as long as you can get them originally, it's something that's beneficial to do already. The main problem is you can't insert them into trap extractors. Those lore reasons why you can't, but the lore reasons are created also because it's kind of overpowered to be able to do that. Which is why it was restricted in the first place once those were added, once extractors were added with their own inventory. But anyway, this is our item. If we were going to attack, you do have to attack to get these their current items currently. So people are actually working on attacking this place so they can loot everything and just take whatever they want. I'm not going to talk to these guys. They have, of course, their own lore and things. Oh, and the other thing is, some of these guys, what most of the offices, one thing you might want to know before you play is that most of the offices will have some static dialogue, but also some random dialogue specific to the office. I mean, it always flashes when there's new dialogue for you anyway. So you'll see them flashing on future runs if they have a different thing to say. But what I tried to do in general is each of the offices will have one or two guys maybe that gives you more basic information about the group or what they're doing or whatever. And then there's a few random ones to give you any extra background type information or random interesting related lore that you can get. So in other words, repeated runs can, remain interesting in that extra dimension for a while as well. You're still gaining lore even by visiting the same offices. So the one thing you do get that's guaranteed here is this. We only get one. Sometimes they have more than one, but they have a vortex trap, which is interesting. It's a new use of the vortex tech, and if you look at the lore, you'll find out why. But it's an insanely powerful trap, which is, you can just take that, it's free. So it's super powerful. So, I mean, who would not want an insanely powerful trap, right? I think we should take an insanely powerful trap. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. It'll blow everything up. I mean, things might survive it as they can survive random things, but it's a lot of damage. So, let's see, what do I got on? Submachine gun. Alright, I'll take the autocannon one. Pick that up. So they don't care if you take their trap, though. As long as you're not blowing stuff up, they don't really care if you just take their trap. So we now have a vortex trap. We should remember to have that. It's very useful. It does say stasis trap specifically. That is true. Right, it wouldn't work with stasis beams. Only stasis traps specifically, not the other beams or different kinds of stasis tech. It's something they've built around specifically that. So anyway, let's finally check out these other offices. What I got here? Scrapoid pod storage. Oh, you can take this for free too. There's sometimes more than one, I think. Maybe. Actually, oh yeah. Oh yeah. As you can see, we've got our scanner on. It's cheating. I should turn that off actually for now. Releases 5 scrapoids after remaining active for 160 turns. So we can this builds scrapoids for us. We don't know what scrapoids are. I know what a scrapoid is, but if you're a new player, you don't know what a scrapoid is. But you'll find out before too long, I guess. As you can see, there's a room behind this one. I should turn off my scanner. It's probably not going to reveal anything else. There's actually a room behind this one that has more stuff in it. But there are a number of offices have primary and secondary things you can get from them. Some of them have only lore things. In fact, there's technically probably an office or two. There's one or two of the encounters outside that they don't give you anything on the surface, but you can gain from them if you're hostile. So there are more things to gain even through hostilities both outside and inside. Okay, there's a bunch of junk in here. There's an armored huge wheel. Too bad we didn't get Mr. Repair Guy. There's a way to repair stuff here as well, which could be useful, but we didn't get him, so I guess I'm not going to take that. Katana as well. Because you really wanted to murder them? Well, I know you guys like murder, so I might as well reward you for the murder. That's the thing. Is the murder first or is the egg first, right? Narrowcast, DB12. Alright, so we get another reward here. This is actually analyses for a bunch of bots. The guy there will tell you why, but we just get some free analyses here. For usually some pretty decent bots too. Common stuff you'll be fighting later. So it's free. Yay. Only because says the gallery percent came first. The egg of murder. Gallery percent came first. Quite true. Research penetration think tank. $75, he repeats. Can you believe it? 75%. That's the success rate I've gotten my latest hack up to. Oh, sorry, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. So Obi-Wan Research has so much juicy knowledge tucked away in its recesses that we could really use some more ways to guarantee safer access. Everyone knows that getting spotted doing unwelcome things with inside of a researcher is a headache waiting to happen. What we need to do is keep them busy somehow. Well, turns out we just need to give them something more interesting to ponder than us. Just use that hack, and that'll keep them busy practically forever. Well, 25% of the researchers out there will just shrug it off. But this is already quite helpful. Next, I'll be working on a way to get them to first spit out everything they know. So, he gives you a manual hack that allows you to shut down researchers, basically. In other words, you can shut down researchers without using Riff. Yeah, 75% of the time it works 100% of the time. Force chill, bro. So, yeah. Beta 14 adds a number of new robot hacks. We've always had the wolf hack, right? Well, get ready for lots more woofing. There is a lot of new robot hacks. There's I think the changelog currently has 11 new robot hacks on it. I think that was the last count. So this guy gave us one of them. There's actually almost all the others come from one place. but which can give you one or more than one. But yeah, Plexion says poison.exe is really fun. There's some really good ones. I've seen some people using those so far. Yeah, some of them, they'll all have, obviously they're all going to be situational because robot hacks are generally useful on a specific type of robot, but they allow you new strategies for dealing with certain robots. So what we got here was a way to deal with researchers if we go to research. Now, obviously, to use your hack, you're going to need a data jack. So, it's whether or not you want to carry a data jack for that purpose. Like, for example, this build, if I've got that hack and I know I'm going to research, the research branches, I should probably carry a data jack, actually. It'd probably be worth it. To shut down a researcher. It's only 75 is a pretty good percent, too. I didn't want to make that one 100. But it's actually a pretty good chance of shutting down all the researchers you see, which can be helpful. It's repeatable. All the robot hacks are repeatable. Almost all of them are unlimited, too, in fact, which is why I mean that they can really change up your strategy in some cases. That's a repeatable hack. You can use it on all the researchers. They won't turn hostile if it fails because it's a data jack. And data jack and hacking never turns things hostile. Poison isn't. Yeah, poison is the one that would be too good if it was. I had to limit. I think I limited one. I think I only limited poison. I might have limited two. I kind of forgot the number, but I think there's only one or two at most hacks which are limited. All the rest are unlimited hacks. I tried to balance them so they could be unlimited because I wanted more unlimited hacks that you could reuse. So I wanted to make sure I picked ones that would not have limits to them. I don't want to attach limits to those kind of things. To be honest, we have an issue now. It's a growing issue. It will be something that needs to be dealt with later with you having benefits that you have to remember or write down elsewhere. They're not listed anywhere. Like, this hack now. You can see it if you hack a robot and you have access that way and you can see what it is. That's great. But you can't be reminded of it strategically or from your status menu or something like that. We need a place where we can see permanent benefits that aren't otherwise visible. What I've been doing lately is trying to put more of them in the HUD. Obviously we can't do that for all the hacks. That doesn't make sense and won't fit. But anything that can go up here, the integrated thermal network, NEM got up here, a number of other things. And I'm going to add even more to the HUD. There's actually a number more on the list. I got a good suggestion for one the other day too, is if you do get the membrane, if you get the membrane, then we don't need this bar anymore. It should just show a new special thing that you're immune to corruption. I thought that was a great idea. Someone suggested that on the GridSage forums recently, and I didn't have that on my list yet, but I'm gradually adding things to the HUD. So yeah, the membrane. Cogmind is the ultimate memory test. There's not only so many things that are like that in the game, though. There's not really a lot. You have access to at least, you have all your riff you can look at. Riff was actually another one I was going to add an extra little thing to that for the HUD. It's an idea there. Also, there's the HiSec. There's a new thing in beta 14 which shows when you enter HiSec or MaxSec or sterilization, it shows a new indicator up here at the top of the HUD as well. That's a new thing in beta 14. I haven't even seen it yet. I hope I never see it. No, I don't mind seeing that. But anyway, so that's a side dev discussion about these hacks because there's now a bunch of them. Membrane doesn't clear existing corruption though. Well, does it not? I didn't even remember what it does. But even if it doesn't, that's okay because once we can just change it so that once it disappears. Well, I'll work on it so that it changes when you it would show something slightly different if you currently have corruption and that. Yeah, that's something I'll work on. In fact, I should probably make a note of that. I'll give a pen click to that. Always good to bring that stuff up. I didn't actually remember if it does that or not. Does it not clear corruption? It does not confirm. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I haven't actually done this yet. It's in my notes to look into it all later. I didn't remember about membrane. I haven't had a membrane myself in forever. But yeah, I like that suggestion. So it's something I would probably want to do. We want to reflect that once you have none. Right, because it doesn't clear. It makes sense. Okay, there's a bad note. Okay, another pin click. But yeah, it doesn't make sense that the membrane technically actually clear existing corruption. It prevents future. So I'll have a different status, an intermediary thing that it'll show. But anyway, flash a message in the log when you see the relevant bot. That would be way too many messages. No, I wouldn't want to do that. But there will be other things. I mean, it could flash something somewhere, possibly, yeah, as an option even. That'd be something for later, but yeah, I'm not actually getting into that yet. I have a list of things that I want to get to. I've been gradually adding stuff, though. So you can talk about that in a Discord if you have other ideas to suggest for that, and can note them down at another point. But, all right. So, what is this one? The Junk Cannon Lab. So I hear people don't like the Junk Cannon. This is a new cannon here. Let's see. There's a new weapon. It's free, though. My contribution to the UFD. Mass produce these, and before long, we'll be burying our enemies in high-speed junk. So if you look at this machine, it's called the JC Pilot Fab, and he's producing this special weapon here. It lives up to its name. It's pretty amusing, but it's a new meme. Well, we're gonna have to take it because I like my memes. Let's see. We'll just drop some treads here. We're gonna grab this. We will identify it immediately by attaching the junk cannon. This is the junk cannon. As you can see, it very clearly has UFD written on it, like some other UFD parts. I want this weapon to turn robots into scrap so bad. It uses junk, as you can see in the description, which you actually have to open because it's long. It says, automatically collects parts at current location for compression into cubes to launch at targets. One shot can be created from approximately 100 integrity worth of recycled parts. And as you can see, its damage is 27 to 65. It is impact with 20% smash. So it is ranged impact damage, which is very rare in Cogmind. In fact, this might be the first ranged impact weapon. But there's technically more than one ranged impact weapon in Beta 14. I know there's at least one other that hasn't been discovered yet. Oh, Oimika says there's another one. You know the other one? You were using it earlier? Wait, did you get it? Oh, where did you get it? No, I'm curious. Where were you using earlier? What's the other one, Oimika? In fact, there might be three then. You stole it. Okay, that's not the one I was thinking about then. There's at least three. There's at least three. I think the other one's got to be impact. There's another one too, which hasn't been found yet. But drive hammer. So you're using the drive hammer? Yeah, that's insane. You stole the drive hammer. So anyway, yeah, this weapon, I don't know how it works. I haven't place tested it in a real run, so it'll get adjusted if it's too memey. I want it to be. The thing is, it's hard to balance impact weapons. It might need more damage, but I'm afraid of giving it too much damage because it could be too powerful. It could be easy for this weapon to be too powerful, but it also requires... So junk cannon cannot be readied without ammo. So right now it has no ammo. And if you look over here, if you look at this, he's got cannon storage in the back, and there's another space in the back here, I guess. Turn on our scanner here, and there's a room in the back. So if we want, we can run over this. Oh, whoops. 1 second here. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I was making sure my volume was set right. Oh, this is unique weapon, except the other one, like the third one like that. Yeah, there's 3 new unique weapons which do impact range damage, I think. I'm pretty sure the other one is. Unique weapon number 3 in Portal Sentry voice. I'm different. Right. Yeah. Don't shoot me. Need to add teddy bears as ammo for this. Alright, so as you can see, it's not loaded right now. And I guess I could eat these. Let's see. This here is, as you can see, our spiked treads here have... Oh, wait. Should I keep spiked treads? Not eaten? Whatever. I don't care. I'll just eat them. Boom. Junk cannon collects and crushes spiked treads. Plus 1 shot. So we can now shoot the junk cannon. I'm not going to actually shoot the junk cannon, but if I keep eating stuff, it's going to get ammo. So you can now ammo up by eating stuff. If we walk down here, we can eat this whole room. I'm going to eat all your stuff. What was that again? Katana. Yeah, whatever. Eat. It's got 4 shots now. Okay, I just ate an armored huge wheel. Not cool, right? We now have 6 shots for our junk cannon. I mean, it's, as you can see just from damage, it's more or less, it's like, it really is like a ranged melee attack pretty much in terms of its damage. So yeah. It takes a lot to get a shot. No, remember it's because of the integrity. All these things were almost destroyed, so they didn't really give us much integrity. If it actually can gain ammo pretty quickly if you're loading it up with like fresher parts, like from dead enemies. Drive hammer's not even. Oh yeah, oh yeah. All the other 3 weapons are completely. All the other 3 impact ranged things are completely different from each other. There's a drive hammer, which is amazing, I think probably, and it is very different from this. And the other one I know about is also extremely different. This is the DCF demo area. To one side, we've placed a regular old slapdash scrap pile, and on the other, an experimental super scrap pile. Can you tell the difference from the outside? So, there's a couple scrap piles here. They're not the same thing. Epic scrap time. So, Sherlock has my favorite office, really? All right. So, there's a scrap pile. It gave us a hard light generator. Now we're going to open the other scrap pile. That demo is going to take a while to reconstruct. Oh shoot, I've got my junk cannon on. What did I just eat? An overtuned barrage gun. Alright, so... yeah, gotta be careful with what you... There's a few things that eat parts. You need to be careful walking around with them on here. So yeah. Bro, you just piled trash in the middle of the room. Hey, if you read the lore, they're more careful than that. Obviously, anyway, we'll read more about some of these factions in the lore. But yeah, they have a lot of scrap, and some of their scrap is quite good. I mean, it's the DCF. They're not your regular scrap guys. There's another group which does more regular scraps. Oh yeah, advanced treads? Heck yeah. We'll take my advanced treads. Oh, there's some decent stuff in here, though. Oh, nuclear core room is not damaged like mine is. Got a pulsar rifle. Oh, you showed up with a katana here. I'll take a katana. Yeah, take that instead of our heavy hammer. Even though I do like that. Oh, here's an overtuned titanium leg. More overtuned parts. There's lore behind them also, and why they look like what they look like. There's a high-powered shotgun, light cannon. Maybe at least some of the stuff here, just for now, if only because this deuterium engine. As I was going to. We could probably get a scrap suit later and do some scrapping. Leave that stuff there for now. Don't put your pile back together. I might take that later, guys. These guys are playing high-stakes Jenga with parts. Yes, exactly. I like it. Accidentally eats them. Hey, I got my junk cannon off. I definitely did not eat those advanced treads. All right, and we got one more room here. This is... Oh. Scrap suit storage. I was just thinking about scrap suits. Look at that. All right, so there's a terminal here actually which tells you more about the SS performance data. This tells you there's some lore here about the scrap suits. This is one of the main things for the UFD. It's fairly common that you'll actually find the scrap suit room back here, but even without the room, there is other sources of scrap suits. So this is the thing we were looking at earlier. All the bots are using, not all of them. A lot of the local bots, the scrappers and elites, will use scrap suits. Which basically, this is the return of a part that existed in Cogmind many, many years ago. There was something called a cannibalization unit. In fact, it even used this art, although I modified the art. The original art was more for a not as big of a utility, which was not like a suit, so I updated the art for that purpose. The original art was quite similar, though. The basis was there. And anyway, the cannibalization unit, or now it's called the scrap suit, basically it eats parts on the ground to repair all your parts. Yeah. So, what about super suit? Yeah. So scrap suit is pretty decent. It basically enables a new build style. Which is, it has synergy with being a member of the UFD. And why that is, we will look at that later. Man, it's getting late. Oh my god, I should speed up a little bit. Scrap suit. There's just a lot to talk about because beta 14 is huge. I wanted to go over this background. This is just the background stuff too. There's a lot of details to learn as you play and uncover new things. But the scrap suit here is we can take as many of these as we want, and I am going to want to take some of those. We're going to try and do scrapping type run because I need to experience what that is like to do in reality. There's more elites here. I need to talk to every elite. They won't glow next time. They're glowing because they got the marker earlier. They don't get removed. But these guys actually technically have all the same dialogue. This is the headquarters main room, the office. This is actually called the council meets here. You can read about it in the lore. There's nothing here right now except 2 more terminals. There's a UFD members list. There's a list of all the organizations in the UFD. They're alphabetized. I'm not going to look at the whole list. You can do that later. That shows you the names of all the organizations that might show up here or are represented here in some way. And there's another terminal here called UFD projects. This is actually an important terminal we need to read. More reading. Did you cannibalize the old code to make it work? The old code never left. It was always there. There was just no way to, no items that used it. So, yeah, I used the exact same thing. It's the same code from the cannibalization unit. Slightly different restrictions, I believe. But only slightly. Part of the reason the old cannibalization unit was too good is because it was like removable, it was smaller, and it was just didn't balance right with the amount and types of content that were in the game. The scrap suit now should probably be easier to balance the way it works, I think. So we shouldn't have the same problems it did back then. There's more avenues for, balancing open up over time. Kids won't dox the UFD. I seem to remember GJ feeding Storm Laser on 1,000 grunt guns. Yes. Yes, that's stuff that used to happen. It basically was too powerful in the right hands. I think now it's better. Yeah, the fact that they can't repair protos is one of the big things that made it better, and the fact that, I guess to speak to this more specifically, since we're on the topic, the fact that basically, if it can't repair protos, then you're less likely to use it to begin because you want to be using prototype stuff and good stuff, right? But what it does, it enables you to not only to repair the specific UFD materials. I guess I could look at it real quick. Right? It's in the other room. I was going to say it allows you to repair specifically, not repair, but prevent malfunctions. Their parts malfunction. Their UFD parts, overtuned parts, are very good. You'll read about all this in the lore, but they're very good parts, but they can malfunction if you don't have a scrap suit attached. The scrap suit prevents the malfunctions. So in order to get access to these better parts, you need to use their scrap suit. They balance out like that. But all right, Dosh, see you later. Thanks for showing up. We will. We still got some more time. We're gonna leave soon, but there's still a couple more guaranteed things I want to look at, and then we're going to. We'll be heading out of here probably with a scrapping type build. I'm not gonna really get very far into it though. Mainly just wanted to. I guess I ended up doing quite a lot of introduction here, but. So back to this terminal here. UFD projects. This is an important one we need to read. The OVR railguns are very good, but I wish I would stop eating them when I finish repairing them in repair stations. Shouldn't you normally leave the scrap suit off? I think, personally, I haven't had experience yet with it, so we'll see what happens when I'm playing and how it feels, and might make adjustments, but we shall see. So Project Fedlink. We're in the headquarters, the center of headquarters, and we're reading the background here for the main things you need to know when joining the UFD. And this also lets you in on some of the main longer term benefits. Oh, now I will. I didn't get used to post patch. Yeah. That's right. Post patch is different. All right. It can prevent malfunctions while it's off. So the only reason you need to turn on your scrap suit now will be to eat something, which was not the case before. To prevent malfunctions, I had forgotten that you'd need to let it be off. All right. So spearheaded by OB Prime from the Federation's early times. This long-term, so there's the name OB Prime again. I was talking about them earlier. That one of the major factions. They do not. They don't have anyway, they don't have an office, but they'll be big going forward, and the elites belong to that faction too. This long-term project aims to secure us continued access to enough resources to build and maintain our own hidden areas in and around complex OB1 and eventually OB10. The premise is simple. The internals of MC's recycling systems are not tightly monitored, allowing us to hook into them and consistently siphon off small amounts of resources across the entire network to remain undetected, despite large aggregate gains. The results so far speak for themselves, with the entire OB1 recycling network under our control, allowing us to begin expanding towards OB10. So this is kind of one of the more central things behind the UFD. Again, there's other terminals, and the cyclists give you more general UFD background. So FedLink, Project FedLink. All Federation members willing to assist in furthering Project FedLink's long-term goals by expanding our access to the recycling network can do so by hacking recycling units across OB10. Even once initial force FedLink activity has been discovered and the terminal ostensibly reset, we still retain control of the internal filters for future use. So there it is, you get a new hack. Recycling unit hack force FedLink is a faction hack, and that allows them to expand their resources. The next is Scrapoid support. Instead of siphoning resources via FedLink, any Federation member facing a life or death situation can consider using Force Scrapoids at a recycling unit to summon small robots embedded deep in the system by FedLink. As disposable non-sentients, these tools allow us to escape trouble without sacrificing any of our own, or many of our own. Please don't abuse this system by using it too often. That goes double for OB Prime members. The reason for that in the comment right there will also be a little more obvious later. Usage drains our resource pool. Not to mention, if excessive enough, it could open our systems to increased likelihood of discovery. Scrapoids have come in quite handy during certain events in OB1, like the slaughter of 3920, but the FedLink expansion into OB10 has yet to reach a similar scope to allow such extensive use in this direction. If you see that the mention there, slaughter of 3920, I don't know if anyone noticed, that was actually on a terminal before. The cyclists have a whole lot of history of events and other things about OB1, and that was one of the entries there. You can read about that. We're not going to read the rest of these. The rest of them are more about lore and background for the UFD. So I will skip those terminals, but the first two entries are the most important ones. There's actually another terminal which is going to come later to the south side here. That doesn't come until I took that terminal out until beta 15. It's got some entries. It's got all those entries written, and some of them were accessible, but it can't really. It ties into stuff that's going to happen at beta 15, so that was removed as part of the cutoff point. So as the NPC that will be here later. So, Force Scrapoids is nuts. Yeah, there's some. So we have two new hacks now that we can use at recycling units. So these guys again, we're yellow now. We get access to yellow stuff. There's a wall over there you can look at. Here's another guaranteed guy right here. Unfortunately, I do not have what we can use to take advantage of guaranteed guys, so I'll just ignore him. Just know that there's more guys down here you can talk to. And there's more stuff going on back here. Still hearing come one and come all guy. All right. Multiple signs read, I'm always busy, go away. More debugging. Here's me back here, right? As a self-insert. Not technically, really, but it would be easy to assume it's representative of me. This is just another UFD, their backup mainframe, which they refer to as well in the back. So anyway, you can't act on the information that terminal had, essentially. Which terminal is that? You can use their hacks. We can use them now. They're going to be useful going forward. So in beta 14, you can take advantage of it. Let's see. I think we didn't need anything else. The north side. I just spent like 1,000 turns hanging around to see what the mainframe programmer does. All right. So, I'm not leaving it, but here's an exit. There's also, as you can see, there's a sea scrubber behind this exit, like the way you came in on. And there's a bunch more elites up here. There's a couple things back here. The scrap suits. These are guaranteed scrap suits. So you might not always get the scrap suit room over like here, but there's always scrap suits to the north on this side in case you need some. There's also more CPS tubes, yet more. But yeah, there's some guaranteed stuff back here. So like I was saying, the main central area here is surrounded by encounter rooms. And so is this one. And the other things in the outlying areas are all guaranteed stuff that you can take advantage of. I haven't introduced all the guaranteed stuff here. There's more you can discover. But you're referring to the terminal you said you removed? It's mostly, I think it's technically, It's all lore. Yeah, it's lore, but it's important. It's important lore to where the story goes and the future of the UFD and things that are going to happen later. So I didn't want that in there because it wouldn't make sense. The terminal also has an interaction with someone else, with an NPC. So definitely need to remove it for that reason. But yeah, a lot of other stuff that I've worked on here. But there's also more things that there's more things that the UFD will be able to do later. We have access to some of them now. Let's see. So what we can do now is decide before we leave. Pretty much nothing else we do here. We're a member of the UFD, which means we can use their hacks. We're going to take some scrap suits. I guess we only technically probably need one scrap suit. But also I need to see how many overtuned parts can we get. Let's see. Oh, there's only 2 overtuned parts out there? Really? We didn't get much in the way of overtuned parts yet. Overtuned treads and a titanium leg. That's it. Not much. But you can get more later. That's the thing about the UFD. They have good parts, but you can get more. So, gonna take any CPS tubes? I don't really have a good target for them. I know a lot of people are really big fans of. I don't even use salvage targeting. So, like, if I had a good target for it, maybe I'm not really going after anything specific, so I don't really care. Heresy, yeah, I'm not. Whatever. So we got a seismic. Actually, let's put on seismic. It'd be fun. See some bots running around. Advanced visual. Okay, so let's grab. Let's see. We're gonna grab a scrap suit in this. I need 3 slots, I think. We're also taking the junk cannon. I'm gonna drop an autogun and a battle cannon, and well, I don't think I need a plasma cutter for anything. I'm just carrying around for the heck of it. Take this and take one of these. All right, we got a scrap suit. Although technically we can grab one later as well. There's a terminal up there. Yeah, we're gonna ignore the rest of that stuff. Okay, so yeah, there's plenty more stuff that we didn't explore here. You can try that on your own visits. Does the junk cannon cap out at 99 shots? No, it's actually less than 99. Oh, that's right. I hadn't loaded it yet. Before I left, I was going to see if there was anything else I wanted in here and then load the cannon using... Let's just check here. We can check this menu here. Is there anything that I want to take or replace instead? A lot of junk out here. Let's see. Are you using wheels? Got some extra treads. Nothing I really need anyway. Oh, also, one thing I could do is... can check out their high-level stuff. Oh, there's a Scrapoid pod. I did not take that. That's true. Obviously, there's Doom Guy's chainsaw. I'm only looking at high-rating stuff right now. You can see all the stuff that's in their museum listed, though. And, of course, a lot of damage stuff. Yeah, we'll see about rebalancing the junk cannon. I didn't want it to be too powerful, though. So, for now, it is meme status. I intend for it to be at least not only memey, but, you know, somewhat useful. I just don't, it's an easy thing to become too powerful. So, we'll see how it balances out in real play. And probably get beat up for it. But, although, to be honest, I wanted to use the overtuned parts, which would be a completely different thing. But what we can probably do is use the junk cannon for a little while. Okay, so yeah, basically if I want the Scrapoid pod, we could take that. It's a way to get free Scrapoids. Is that how many slots is a Scrapoid pod? I don't actually know. Right here. Oh, no, get out of the way. It's just, oh, okay, that's actually not, oh, yeah, it is 2. Yeah, alright, it is 2 slots. It might still be worth it. I don't know. I mean, we're going to have other sources. I'm not really worried about getting messed up anyway, so maybe it's not that vital. I'm only carrying large storage at the moment. Man, we're moving pretty fast, actually. That's nice. I guess I'll keep that. Could drop something like advanced visual processing unit and light treads. And just have 2 other regular treads. Yeah, that's right. I had OVR treads too. Anyway, we could do that. Sure. Although, I was going to say, is there matter out here? There's 131 matter. Where is that? Oh, it's in there. That's right. Their giant scrap has giant pile of matter. Oh, but actually, this can't be removed, right? but it doesn't cost as much. All right, let's see. I will not... All right, let's load this up. All right, so we're maxed out. As you can see, it doesn't eat anything once it's maxed out on ammo. It is up to 10 shots. That's it. Maxed out. It doesn't actually say that in the description, though. Okay, we're going to take our junk cannon and go scrapping. So this is the exit. We are going to find out where this takes us. I don't think there's anything else I need to do here. One of many options. So notice we get 8 evolutions going all the way from down to -10 there. Normally I would go 4 weapon slots, but I'm going to try and hold back. Okay, get a kind of an average loadout here. Should buff the max shots? I don't know. I mean, not necessarily. It depends on how it wants to be balanced, which I don't know yet. There are many levers for balancing it. It's probably not going to get more shots, this is my guess, though. In fact, I'm almost certain it won't, because I don't want to balance it that way. That's not the intent behind the junk cannon. So its number of shots will probably remain low. It might go... It could be adjusted somewhere, but it's not going to go anything high, that's for sure. Remaining 10, I think, is an okay place to stay for the purposes of the balancing. All right, so now we can attach a bunch of stuff. Got a whole lot of slots here. 20 instead of 10? Yeah, I mean, 20 is way too much. Way beyond what I'm thinking. Like I said, I think it could remain at 10. Again, it depends on how to balance it, and I don't want to balance it that way. The intent behind the junk cannon is that it is a weapon with limit. It depends on how much it's going to be usable in a single encounter before you have to pull it off. But that's the intent behind the weapon. 11 shots is that it's not usable. It's not going to be very usable beyond a single squad, for example. That's kind of a point between a number of the new weapons, which is why they can be more powerful. So I'd prefer to make it more powerful. Balance, make it not deal impact damage. Well, that's kind of boring. That's the whole point, is to do cool impact damage. But we'll see. I first haven't even used it. We'll see how I use it and how other people use it. And then decisions will be made. Okay, so we could put on a scrap suit. It'll probably die quicker, considering its coverage would be quite high if we attach. You can see there the potential coverage. Junk cannon itself is high, though. So, but it's because I haven't been attaching anything else yet. Let's see. I could actually throw in our other treads. Just to fill slots. Oh, we got some loaded intel here. Throwing on our treads there. Well, we'll throw on scrap suit because why not? We will throw on, let's see, we've got, I don't even have any overtuned weapons here. Oh, wasn't there an overtuned weapon? Maybe I was thinking the wrong thing. Those are the leg. Let's see. Put on, really the only other thing I would want to put on is something that's going to take shots. So I'm just throwing a slug cannon. And then the other slots here, we can start we put on some our armor back on. And we can put on more armor. No, we can put on, let's see. Oh, that's right, I could actually throw on the scrapoid pod. But, I'll save that one for later. Let's see, we could put on the deep structural scanner and then swap it out for, see, check out that depth. Love it. Make them leave scrap pile. All right. So we got some data here. Did we get any exits from that data? We got a bunch of exit data. What was that? Did we get actual exit data? 1 factory exit, 28 factory zones. 28 factory zones. So all this extra data we have, all these zones, which discovered multiple exits, and including also an exit, is came from the Cartography Club. They gave us a lot of stuff. That's a pretty good one. Anyway, all right, so there's a garrison there, another garrison there. There are all the exits. Where are we going? That's right. So we have 2 hacks now that we can use. I guess we don't, there's one up there. Let's go up there and use our hack. We probably won't be playing for too long. Ooh, there's a garrison there too. Dang, we shut this one down. Hello, garrison. It's going to be hard to seal this without botnets or something. Botnet. Oh, shoot. Could just destroy it. It's funny you can actually destroy this thing with a junk cannon. Or I could just leave it there. Okay, we've been spotted. And here is our first recycling unit. Hey, oh, Amp House, I don't like the inventory without separators. Yeah, it's because we're in modal UI. I mean, you can add the separators back in if you want them. It's only temporary, though. They'll come back after our next evolution. It's only for 2 floors in the middle of the game. But if you want, you can keep separators all the time, even in modal. But if you do it, it makes your inventory go modal faster is all. So, yeah, it's your choice. If you want them all the time, you can have it. But it's also something you can get used to. And it saves space. And so, in other words, if you can get used to it, you can take advantage of the fact that it's just more convenient to access and see your inventory. But it's not required. So, and plus, of course, this is modal. Or actually, I'm playing full modal. Full modal, semi-modal both do this. But if you play non-modal, you get the old way anyway. So, recycling unit. There's new hacks here. Oh, you know what? We might get attacked from around the corner after doing this. But force. As you can see, we now have 2 new hacks. These are 2 of the new hacks. There's actually multiple new hacks. There's more than these 2 in beta 14. These are the 2 that the UFD gives you on their main terminal is the thing. So tunnel is the old one. Now we've got fedlink and scrapoids. So if we want, we can call for scrapoids. We can also use fedlink to expand the UFD's resources. So let's call fedlink here. Actually, we have to succeed at the hack. Boom. So as you can see there, member mace grid. There they are, referencing our member name. We've got network is 411, resources 30. That's our current resources level. You'll see that number can change over time. It goes up when you add resources by linking more recycling units. It can also, I think, change a little bit on its own. And it honestly goes down if you use those resources to call scrapoids. And there might be some other uses in the future in beta 15, but for now, that is the extent of what you can do with them going forward. And we haven't seen scrapoids yet, but I'll call some of them later and we can take a look at them. The recycling contents matter? No, they're not related to that, but they're not related to the contents of that particular. They're going after the underlying recycling system that links things. They're not going for machines. So there's an investigation coming. It doesn't look like it's coming from right next to us, though. So that's, I guess, beneficial. Oh, do my favorite hack. Locate traps. All right, I'll find the alarm traps. There we go. Oh, somewhat helpful. All right. Oh, a machine analyzer would also, I guess, help locate the other recycling units. You can also do a hack to do that. More, there's another terminal to the southwest. Okay, so the main other thing I would want to do, that is not what I wanted to see. Oh, shoot, I don't have a launcher yet. I'm in -6, and I still don't even have a launcher. Oh, God. I wonder what the junk cannon will do against these guys. I'd probably rather use my katana. Sheesh. I guess I should have called scrapoids. That would have been cool. This happens every time. I wish I had scrapoids. That would have been more fun. I only did that because I didn't expect to get hit right in the face with these guys. Alright, this is kind of not what you're supposed to use the junk cannon for, but I have one, and I've got ammo for it, so I'm going to use it. I'm going to junk this guy. Junk cannon versus swarmers, who will win? Well, the machine lost. Oh, I destroyed his VTOL module. This is not a good weapon to use against these guys. It's a terrible weapon, in fact. Wow. Notice that this is impact range, so he got whacked back. Oh, this thing costs a lot of... I haven't gotten my other power source yet either. Alright, fine. I'm going to have to take that off first. Oh, shoot. I took off the wrong weapon. God damn it. I'm not used to my slots yet, because I just got these. Okay, that's bad. Could we not attack me, maybe? I am going to move over here so the hunter stops shooting me. Then I'm going to attack this guy and then kill that guy. Soon. You will die soon. Yes. Then I'm going to use the junk cannon and find out. I should fire all my weapons, perhaps, but anyway, I'm going to fire my junk cannon at this guy, 70%. Ooh, you've been hit by junk. Ooh, you've been hit by junk, too. Okay, I'm going to have to wait a second. MC instantly counters the UFD. Also, your experience when we first left Scraptown. I mean, we're for a good enough distance away, some distance anyway. There happens to be a patrol passing by, though. This dude is not going to get out of the way. Here, now he's out of the way. No! I almost destroyed my own botnet. God, I don't know. Oh, wait, I don't have enough power to run this thing. I really don't. I might just press the wrong thing again. Okay, mister. I'm going to chop your leg off. And I'm going to chop your other leg off. Chopped off both of his legs. Oh, God. That's pretty messed up. This is what I get for using the junk cannon, right? Did I just run out of prop? I have a wheel left. Good. Alright, anyway. Okay, yeah, not a great start. That junk cannon's really trying to kill me. Let's see. I dropped his Gauss rifle. I'll take your Gauss rifle. Wait a minute. Oh, it automatically picked up the Gauss rifle. Right. The scrap suit can do that. Oh, that's right. I can repair stuff with my scrap suit, too. I am not used to having a scrap suit. I should probably remember I have one. And also get some more scrap suits to back that scrap suit up. Let us see. Oh, they took off my armor. I didn't put more armor on. That's smart. Probably check my coverage here. Scrap suit was helping out. Very helpful if you scrap suit. Nuclear core. Alright. Light nuclear core. Oh, initial impressions of junk cannon are not great. Yes, definitely not. Not certainly the way to use it either. But it was only designed as a base weapon without actual testing. So clearly we know more about that now. Even from the first encounter. I should probably not use it. Okay, that was nice of him to drop some stuff for us here. Field recycling unit too. Alright, now we got more wheels. Wheels good. VTOL module. Alright. Okay, let's head our way to the next recycling unit. Light angular momentum, please. Arc projector. It's automatically attaching the weapon because we didn't have one. Yeah, we had an empty slot there. It can do that for free, actually. Also, I'm using completely random weapons right now. Probably should be using less random weapons, but that's what it wanted to give me. I'll put on the slug cannon. I will keep my junk cannon. Oh, actually, I need to power that up then, too. Technically, if I'm going to use it again, but anyway, we'll get to that. Let's see here. I would like to do, really quick, no. Index X, what I meant. Yeah, get confused sometimes. Recycling units, 26%. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. I should purchase that, though. It's direct hack. Oh, shoot. That didn't work. Fine. Ooh, chainsword. Thank you. I like chainswords. Chainswords are good. Uh-oh. They've alerted. They've been alerted. Ooh. Oh, it's just viruses. I was hoping it'd be something big or bad or whatever. I wanted to go into this room if it was something slow and put a vortex trap and blow up the entire room and definitely kill absolutely everything in there. That's too bad. Can't do that. Okay, less crazy. Wait, where did this one guy come from? Where'd your friends go? That's odd. Oh, what's a mace grid? It is a mace grid. It's my name. That's who we are. We're role-playing Mace Grid, the UFD member. Gonna grab that. Security rotation, my favorite. I was just thinking about that visual processor, but I dropped that. Okay, well, at least we have some inventory space now. Oh, shoot. He has not spotted us yet. Not spotted. What if... What if... Oh, he's going to spot us. Yes, he's definitely spotting us. Nuclear reactor. You sure you want to stand there, huh? Oops. Nope. Okay, that's not going to be enough. Shoot. What is all these things? What? Mega low rolls, maybe? Alright, fine. I'll just have to kill you the other way. With real weapons. Never mind. Oh, he's still alive. For a moment. Okay, yeah, okay. That's gone. That's gonna blow a machine up. Heavy machine gun. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, my katana got hit. That's okay. That's backup weapon anyway. Already got a chainsword. Don't need it. Antimatter cannon. Yes. But for now, we will katana. Does that UFD name cover up your build if you have that option on? Yes, it does. Guardian. That is exactly the point for that. I will use an antimatter cannon. Almost. Still almost. Whoa, yeah, we're a little hot here. I'm using an antimatter cannon without any cooling at all. Not exactly the most balanced build. Uh-oh, shoot. Can't actually take that out with that. Gonna destroy that out of spite. Faulty antimatter cannon. Huh, right around the corner. Could take them forever to get here. They could come from some other direction. We are gonna be long gone. Also have mapping drones we could use. Not that it's really important. This depth is not exactly tough in that regard. Wait, what was that? Improved medium treads. Alright, well, we'll take your tread armor. He was fast. Force booster. Oh wow, a whole room full of heavy machine guns. And it just got reported. Wait. That's a... Did you do that on DSF? What the heck? Shoot terminal the cannon, no damage. Yeah, that's the problem with slug cannons. It's a slug cannon. They have massive damage range. So it's like rolling the dice. I do rather like using them though. Derelict cannons, they have super high max but also super low lows. I am a gambler, yes. Because right, a gambler looking for. I like it because it introduces new interesting situations. Our benefit, Crackle Pappy, we got some derelict logs, but there's actually 4 or 5 things you can get by going sub caves to. Well, I mean, yeah, more likely use stuff that you would only get if you went straight between the two. You can get them by going indirectly. You'd have to carry the stuff all the way. There's also some more. There's others too that I. Yeah, there's a lot of others. Yeah, nothing that would probably absolutely require it. There are things that will would be much harder to do. There's one in particular which is quite hard to do. I don't think anyone's discovered it yet, actually, though. But or no, well, it was discovered by accident because I screwed something up. But there's one in particular which is very hard to do if you don't go direct. No, I mean, because yeah, it would be highly inconvenient. Yeah, there is one which would be nice if you go direct. But it's not. Yeah, it's anyway. That's I'm not gonna. I won't spoil everything. So okay, what am I doing here? We already know where exits are. I mainly wanted to find some more recycling units. So index recycling units, 31%. Oh, I was missing. I should have done a botnet on the previous one. See, if I'd botneted the previous one, I still got it anyway. But still. All right, where are they? Oh my God, they're all far away. No, are they all really that far away? There's none down here. Sheesh. Oh, there's a bunch up there. Great, I have to go all over there. All right, I will trek north, and we'll hit botnets, and we'll hit those, and get some scrapoids. Oh, this guy's coming to this terminal? Alright, well now your terminal's gone, so sucks to be you. Goodbye. Oh, there's a heavy. I don't have a heavy axe, so we're gonna leave. He's a heavy in a corner, so he can stay in that corner. Flat guns. Oh, wait a minute. You know what I completely forgot? There's heavy machine guns in that room. Well, alright, I'm gonna waste some turns and go grab some heavy machine guns. That was not something I predicted would happen. Should have grabbed the heavy machine guns when I was not exploding. I will drop this. I will drop... Right, okay, yeah. Do that for us. Okay. Let's see. Okay, it's finding all the higher integrity ones for us here. Let's see, we've got a Gauss rifle too. I don't care about that. I don't care about the arc projector. In fact, I don't know. I guess I'll keep the cannon around for the heck of it. Oh, hello there. Dude, I'm in the middle of looting. Why do you interrupt my looting? Bad aim. Construction progress. That's fine. We can deal with construction progress. Competed. Alright. Getting some wheel repairs going on. The scrap suit is... we're going to need a spare, but we just repaired that for us. Repaired that. Let's see. Yes, we're corrupted now. That's okay. I'm cool with corruption, although it's going to start affecting our targeting, which is always nice. Well, I have not experienced it yet, but I'm sure it's nice. Oh, that's right. We have a tractor beam now. I should probably be using that. But I guess for now I'm going to throw this on. Is that even going to help these guys? Yeah, it will. That one's 5%. Yeah, that's actually pretty good on this current build. We will grab that. And there was a heavy over there, which is why I'm not going that way. I'm going this way instead. And flat guns I don't need. Heavy. We should be able to slip by the heavy. Yeah, we're slipping by the heavy. And there's replacement armor. I just put on... Actually, what I don't probably need right now is... I don't need to be using our deep structural scanner, which also took damage. It's very valuable, probably. But, meh. Let's see, let's drop nuclear core, which immediately gets set to repairing our light fission core. Currently we have, as long as your parts start dropping below too low integrity, your scrap suit's going to repair them using similar types. So our power source just got repaired by throwing away that power source. Just drop it to the ground, and yay. So, I needed to get rid of that, so I could put the deep structural scanner in my inventory and grab this. Wait, put that on, that way. Spoiler, it was not, in fact, not nice, yeah. Can you not impress the engineers of the DSS? Alright, so now we get multiple terminals we can do here, which ideally, what we would do on these is another botnet or two. Yes, one more botnet. One was probably good enough. How many botnets do we have? Link with one with 2 botnets. Need them botnets so that we can get some better recycling hacks there. Purge threat. This is security level 3. Oh, we managed it anyway. Yes, 19%. Obviously, it's going to happen sometime. Disarmed 1 heavy explosive trap. I'll take it. Don't really need that, but hack that real quick. All right. Hey, Bish. Don't really understand what botnet does. It increases your hacking chances on other machines. If you're not sure what a hack does, if you put it on, you can look at the meaning by opening the terminal and see this Trojans list on the terminal. Right here, co-ops this terminal to aid in hacking other machines, confers a plus 6% to hacks, while the benefit of each additional botnet terminal is halved, plus 3%, plus 1%, with each terminal providing no less than 1%. So in other words, we currently have 2 botnets out there, which means we get a plus 9% to all of our hacks at all terminals, all machines. basically. We're using these terminals against the other machines. So 9%. You want at least 2. I mean, some players don't. Some players don't like botnet. Very few, I think. But it's a good hack, I think, for helping you out across a lot of terminals across the floor. Not just terminals, but all machines. And the first 2 give you pretty decent benefits. I mean, you get that a whole extra 9%. Beyond that is kind of like just whatever. It's not super helpful, but yeah, those players are wrong. Yes, there's. I think there's only like one player who says botnet is bad. I think. But and it's a meme now, but yeah, it's a pretty good hack. But as with anything in Cogmind, it's situational. You don't want to do it everywhere, but I mean, you don't want to put it on every terminal. The thing is, it becomes worth less and less over as the more you do, right? So yeah, it resets every floor. Everything is just on the floor. The first 2 is the main ones you need. All right, so it's a force hack, but there's a new hack in which I like. I've used it only once actually. I did it in passing, and actually it's not really helpful right now. I don't have much stuff attached. I was going to use a new hack. I'll save it then. There's another new hack for repair stations, which you can get in Scraptown. It's a new force hack. I was going to use it, but I'll wait until it's actually going to be more beneficial, rather than, even though it would have been beneficial somewhat there. All right. The 0. Hey, we've almost made it. Advanced sensor array and flat gun and friendo, who I will just let him go, whatever. Oh, hi. I guess I'll wait here. Took my seismic detector. Oh yeah. Definitely more effective than last time. Alright, so we lost the seismic detector. I could take a sensor array. It's like, I don't normally carry sensor arrays, but it's sitting here, so maybe I'll take it because it's sitting here. And we could, if I wanted to, it's only got 49 integrity. Because it's not going to use that to repair, huh? Let's see, micronuclear core. Yeah. Skipping advanced sensors could be me. There you go. Yeah, I normally will skip past sensors. I'm only using it because he took out my seismic. Otherwise, yeah. The other thing I don't have, which I probably should carry around, is a spare heatsink. You'd want one eventually, but they're easy to grab, so I won't worry too much about that. I've got a shock rifle. Thanks for the subscription virtually. IFF handshake successful. Thank you for the handshake. You are recognized. Clearly friendly. In we go. So I have 4% corruption now. So it's kind of meh. We are gonna see some little pluses or question marks that don't exist there. All right. So let us see. So last time we did resources. Let's do scrapoids. This is the other UFD hack with our new yellow UI. Boom. It is a force hack, overloading. Member, mace grid, there's our name again. Allocate 2. So allocate there is allocating the resources from that you have. It's using up 2 resources that we stored earlier. I mean, technically that started with the resources in the system, so you don't have to do that. But ETA 19, sanitizing, and there we go. So, there we go. It gives you a countdown too. It works like the repair stations and whatnot. It's not teleporting like the Zionites. The Zionites, you can also get support via terminals, but they have a completely different setup for that. This is specifically the underlying recycling system. They're working their way through the system to arrive and help, but it's not immediate, so they can't help in an absolute emergency. If it's right next to the machine, in fact, it could destroy the machine and stop the reinforcements, which would be bad. There's an advanced terrain scanner and a powered hammer. Wow. That's right, I'm using a katana still. I can probably just get rid of that. I don't need to be carrying 2. I already want to get a terrain scanner too. Powered hammer. I will use, let us see. I'll put on our change sword, I guess, for now. And then... oh, we got a fuse, and then we're going to grab, I'm kind of curious what that is, but not super curious. I'm going to grab this terrain scanner. And, oh, look, We've got more question marks. They're coming our way. What could they be? Scrapoids just crawling out of the recycling pipes. Indeed. So we've got another one here. We could, in fact, call more Scrapoids if we want to. Or we can, again, do the other one, FedLink. But, yeah, I love Melee, too. It's a lot of fun. Yesterday, I was in my quick run, I was running around with 4 mauls. And it was a good time mauling everything. But yeah, I think they're in a good place now, balance-wise. Everything after Beta 11, pretty much. Except, of course, new stuff. In Beta 14, there's some new things we're going to need to balance in. But overall, yeah, before that, everything's great, I think. For Scrapoids. So let's just grab some more Scrapoids, even though we've already got a lot of Scrapoids. So allocate to an ETA 15. Again, Maze Grid. There will be some possible different hacks and different messages you'll see later. But for now, those are what we've got. Here they are. They have a different naming scheme. They are controllable. These are the Scrapoids. There are different levels of Scrapoids. There are at different depths. At the higher depths, you can get more powerful Scrapoids. They're all just called Scrapoid, but you'll tell from their loadout that they're different. These guys are using overtuned barrage guns, and they have a new type of propulsion, which you can also learn more about. There's lore, and this is obtainable inside Scraptown itself sometimes. But this is one of the new types of propulsion. New wheels. There are multiple new wheels in Beta 14. There are 2 common ones, this being one of the common ones. And and one which is a unique rare part. I think there's only 3 total. But yeah, there are new wheels now. Scrap spheres represent, yes. Yes. There's some lore behind these. I imagine Jack 9 will learn eventually. Yes, Jack 9 must be told. Scrap spheres. These are unique. They are wheels with new types of mechanics. They are overtuned, which means you're not really going to use these unless you have a scrap build. So you need to combine these with the scrap suit. Again, a lot of the scrapper parts, they have unique overtuned parts, but you need the scrap suit in order to use them. So you kind of have to go more all in on this type of build, because otherwise these will not be very useful to you. But if you look at the effect down there, if active while moving over free matter, repairs itself at a cost of 3 matter per 1 integrity. And it won't consume all your matter in case you actually need matter. But the idea is, basically, yeah, these repair themselves. You have self-repairing wheels by moving over matter. So, and you can get these. So this is one of the things about joining the UFD. These are their non-sentient robot things coming out of the recycling units and the recycling system. And if you want, you can kill them for their parts, or they'll die in battle and you take their parts. So you get a lot of backup stuff from these guys. And you'll also learn through the lore that a lot of the UFD members and member bots, including these guys, they have extra plus on their salvage. In other words, they're more likely to drop their stuff when they die. So if you're running a scrap suit build, you can get more scrap suits and more overtuned parts from these guys. And different ones later, once they go higher in level. So if you want to, you can take that approach. There might be more sources for that in the future, like overtuned parts. I haven't decided yet. I need to actually do this kind of run and see what I want. But so far, I think people have liked the idea of doing these overtuned and scrap suit type runs. It is a new build style. If you join the UFD, you can get access to. So, Wheels faction finally in game? Yes. Overtuned scrap suit? Ha. Well, there might be more scrap suiting in the future. Beta 15 will be adding more parts. There are actually more overtuned parts that are not in Beta 14. They're already designed. They're just not in Beta 14 because the ways that you access them don't come until Beta 15. But yeah, Beta 15 is going to include yet more overtuned stuff and cool things for the UFD. So it's already decent, and if you think it's already decent, you'll be quite happy with Beta 15. If you're not impressed or don't quite like the UFD yet, maybe you'll start to like them later, once more of the stuff comes in. I broke into the super scrap suit room and there's nothing in there. Well, there's not nothing in there. There's something in there. All right, so these are our friends. We can let them die in battle, or even just scrap them ourselves if we want to take their parts. I don't quite need them yet, so and we have so many, they'll probably just we can let them die in battle gloriously. And they're oh, we finally got a launcher. I'm in -6. Finally get a launcher. All right, they're breaking out. It's not completely empty. It's never completely empty. All right. I mean, unless I messed up the coding, but I'm pretty sure I didn't there. I'm pretty sure. I should check again, but no, there's no items in there. That's not. I'm not telling you there's items in there, but there's something in there. All right. Prototype launcher. Let's. I guess let's find out what this prototype launcher is. Oh, it's faulty. Damn, it's a precision rocket launcher too. That would have been nice. Proto launcher alert. Fail! Oh well. It's okay. Alright. I guess we could purge up there real quick. Probably not much. Oh, they're level lowered though. Nice. Dwarfinator asks, is UFD compatible with other existing factions like Riff or Imprint? It's pretty much compatible only with post-Riff. That's it. Yeah, I mean, as an alignment, yeah, as far as alignments go, it's possible to combine with Riff, but yeah, no other ways. Pretty soon it'll be a lot more. Oh yeah, because I have allies. Right, the alert. I am sure. I wonder what it is now. But, alright, no threats. It's 0! Our alert is 0! Alright. Oh, so yeah, and as you can see, we have a heck of a lot of guys here now working for us. Overtuned barrage gun. Oh, and also, I think... Overtuned pulse rifle. Notice they don't all have identical loadouts. I mean, this one is going to overtuned pulse rifle. So there's actually two different... I think it's 2 different weapons these guys can have. So there is a selection even within the same type. These are actually all the same type of Scrapoid. There's more types later. Also, I should probably decide... Oh, you know what I need to do? I forgot. Theoretically... Oh yeah, I'm going to turn off my scrap suit. Otherwise it's going to keep doing that. And let's see, where's the heavy machine guns over here? Alright, technically I need to feed my junk cannon. I will not eat those. I'm going to eat all this other stuff though. This probably wouldn't be worth much. Armor's worth a lot. 3. Boom, 5. That's a lot. This guy's got parts. What if I chopped you up and ate you? Come back, my jump cannon is hungry. Oh shoot. Alright, okay everyone, kill that guy. Okay, not everyone, maybe just you. There. I will be the wall opener. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them out there. Nice. Hey everyone, there's like the whole squad coming. I'm leaving a wall piece for myself as a shield while everyone else goes around. But in a moment, I will open this wall as well. And let them face the full brunt of our scrap points. Anyway, so they kill everyone there. Alright, so we repaired our fission core there. Will it? I guess I can pick this one up. Oh, whoops, no, I'm eating stuff. Shoot. I should probably stop doing that. I was going to use that. I will have to get used to this. Well, and the problem is I'm using the junk cannon. I think that's the main problem. Hey! Okay, so now we've got overtuned parts they're dropping. Oh yes, so now I can switch to this as well for free. I'm gonna just rip off the fused wheel, rip off the compact wheel, take the... Oh wait, oh that's not the huge one, never mind. There's a huge one, that's not the huge one. Alright, fine. Alright, I will have to pick up another wheel again. Oh, I have one in my inventory. Wait. I'll drop the other one over here. Okay. Oh, Beta 14 is the beta of eating everything accidentally. Yes. I saw it. Oh, I saw it, Oyumakai. I heard your enhanced scrap shield ate an SB. That is interesting. We'll see what happens in the future. Oh, so we can make more scrapoids too. Now you know what scrapoids are. Now you know what this means. For 160 turns, it's 160 times 5 matter to create some scrapoids that we can use anywhere, as opposed to from recycling units. Oh, they also dropped their micro dissipator network, a new type of cooling unit you can use. They drop makeshift salvaging. Makeshift salvage. They're really big on salvage. They'll have salvage targeting. They drop more salvage themselves. So you get a lot of parts from these guys. I mean, they're the scrap faction, so they're all about scrapping. But as you can see, there's several scrap suits here that were dropped. Yes, accidentally eating things. Oh, I did actually pick up another engine, though. That's good. I guess the suit managed that, huh? So if I want to, I can rip off our current suit and put on a new suit. So you can keep getting new suits. And if I wanted to, I could grab this one off the ground, which I kind of want to do as a backup. You can use them as armor as well. They're kind of like armor. So not terrible. Junk cannon, you know what? I'm conceding. I'm gonna have to just leave the junk cannon here and take the scrap suit. Junk cannon, you will be revisited. In fact, that's one of the things. In fact, I should write that down now. That is an example of a thing that I will do before we release the full version. There's not a lot that's going to change, I think. But that one probably needs some actual strategic testing. I didn't do any of that with the junk cannon. It was designed purely theoretically to make sure it wasn't too powerful. Well, I succeeded at making it not too powerful. I guess let's put it that way. But it also, wait, what is it? It's rated 5. Okay, well, it is kind of like its rating. It was not intended to be super high, but because it is free also. Okay, so what other, we can also start using OVR weapons. Yes. Although we don't, actually with heavy machine guns, I wonder, if we stack them, it's probably pretty good though. I'd have to compare. I'm not actually used to these new weapons, so. Yeah, this is pretty decent. It's like they're only rating 3 technically, but that's also because they can malfunction. But it's got the delay. It's got even more damage than a heavy machine gun on the high side, but it's lower. I mean, it's a derelict weapon. So anyway, we're gonna take that. Look at that poor junk cannon. Anyway, what else? What is there? Any other OVR weapons here? There is. There's a pulse rifle. All right, let's. Whoops. Let's go to the pulse rifle. You're in my way. You're not in my way anymore. Alright, we now have 2 OVR weapons. Overtuned. Better damage threat and delay than autogun? Yeah. I mean, right, better than autogun for sure. I mean, they're rating 3, but... The recoil on it? Yeah, that's true. They have more recoil. Recoil 10 for a single barrage gun. That is bad recoil. They have some interesting trade-offs. But as you see, the pulse rifle even has targeting plus 10. But, you know, lower damage, and they'll have higher heat. That's 80 heat off a single weapon. I'm probably going to screw myself up by not being familiar with these weapons, but... Oh yeah, whole new part prefix. There's actually multiple new prefixes. I think there's 2 new prefixes only in this release. But there's more than one. Yeah, there's OVR. And there's another one which has been discovered, which is VMP. VMP, whatever that stands for. I know people have discovered part of it. Time to get the Doom buffed cryofiber. Oh, right, for the pulse rifle? Yes. Yeah, the buffed cryofiber is... I've seen people using it already. It's coming in handy. I know. Yeah, I know some people have seen VMP, although I know no one's discovered true VMP yet. Okay, let's see. Cryofiber is good now? I think cryofiber is good now. Yeah. Yeah, VMP humpback. That is true. I need to get the Lorebot extension. You're right, I do. Okay, fine. Oh, I even did it with botnet. Look at that. I need Cetus mainframe. And I need complex OB10 lore. And OB1. No, I don't. I don't need that one. I need complex OB10 though. Look at that. I got more lore. And that was another botnet enabled success. You gotta be kidding me. 2 in a row. Look, botnets, man. Look at all these exclamation marks. The leopard. I can't even get that one. That's not happening. I can get the factory. Oh, is that broken? Or am I just super lucky? How'd I get 3? We didn't even know about it. I didn't even know what factory was. What's factory? Let's see. I'm gonna go for the leopard. Okay, 0%. Yeah, definitely not working out there. Botnet best hack in the game, by the way. That is a good hack. Well, there are new hacks. There are 4, I think there's 4 new unauthorized hacks in beta 14. And there's, I think 3 have been discovered now. Dev hacks. Dev hacks are the best hack in the game. There you go. No dev hacking here. All right, so here's our alert gang. Oh, look what's in the next room. Somebody said cryofiber. I think that was me. So there's cryofiber. Not that I'm necessarily going to use it now. So this is the new cryofiber webs. They are good now. Cryofiber web has been very underutilized because it was just super niche. Now it is niche still, but it's not super niche. It has got uses. It totally can work in builds. It buffs heat sinks. Notice heat sink is capitalized there. It is not lowercase. It does not mean all dissipating things. It's only heat sinks. Specifically heat sink, improved heat sink, advanced heat sink, and experimental heat sink. So it's good though. It doubles the cooling effect, which means that if you have enough, the thing is to use this at its maximum effectiveness, you're going to need at least 2 slots of utilities of cooling. And if you go above 2, then you're starting to get some real benefits. You're going beyond 2-slot benefits once you have the 3rd slot. So that's how it's kind of balanced. Is if you need a lot of cooling, this will get you. This is kind of like a make your own cooling system with extra benefits, because it also gives you the even lower base temperature and can prevent overheating effects. So. Too nice as a heatsink. What is too nice is called? I don't even remember. It's not a heatsink, unless it is. I don't remember exactly. I think this was done by checking tags. Yeah, I think it had to be. I forget exactly. It's been a while since I coded that, but fairly certain it's restricted possibly. Oh, the frost array, right. I'm fairly certain it's restricted by tags or something like that. But it can't be just that, because there's also disposable heat sinks, which it doesn't work with. So, yeah, I don't remember how it worked. But anyway, supposedly it's worked. It works, yes. But yeah, any regular heatsink. But I might just list them all out because there's room there, because they keep getting questions about it. I'll probably list them but there's 4. It's kind of annoying. There's 4 options, but it'll stop questions. Let me write that down. I'll just list them all. Then it's explicit. No one will ask that question again. I was trying to keep it simple and shorter with this, also by using capitals on the heatsink as well. But then there is disposable heat sinks. I thought of that, but I decided that since it's a different effect, people might realize that it's not compatible. But might as well throw it all in there. It's more useful to not have to answer that all the time. So, look at that. There's a ton of cryofiber webs here, and there's an improved one by itself over here. Anyway, I don't need that much cooling, but this is good for people who do. And yeah, if you're going to need to dedicate 2 slots, probably for it to be worth it. But yes, exactly. Playing a small caps is the other thing. I was thinking about that earlier as well. I shouldn't point that out. Small caps does make it harder to notice. Ooh, everyone's going to get sucked down. Shoot. I don't have shoot hacks. Hey, is this guy going to drop anything? What do you drop? Nothing. Whoops. Let's see what our new loadout does. Oh, shoot. I just forgot to tell those guys to stay there, otherwise they're going to gather around. I am bad shot. Oh, sucks to be you. You're dead. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Needed some cooling. I don't have any cooling. Firing a overtuned pulse rifle without cooling. Sure. Alright, what are these? They're faulty is what they are. You just broke my wheel, man. Why are you breaking my wheels? Oh, they're F cells. Wow, I picked up... Okay, there's several faulty, but a lot of non-faulty ones here. Okay. How about you guys say hello to our friend? Where'd he go? Wait, what? Oh, there he is. I was gonna say. Oh, dead. Oh, there's two of them. Of course there are. Anyway, up goes our alert, while these guys maul some hunters. Lost your phase shifter. Whoa, he just died from heat. These, oh, by the way, these are overtuned. They generally have higher, they have high heat transfer. They have higher heat transfer. They can burn things. They're pretty powerful. So yeah, when you stack these things and use it in combination with the scrap suit, it's pretty slick. At least that's the theory. Let's see, I have a light fission core. I think we can get rid of the light fission core. Take that instead. Some nice stuff here. We also can check out what our... Oh, didn't we lose a friend somewhere up here? Oh yeah, he's got a scrap sphere. Give me the scrap sphere. I want your scrap sphere. Micro dissipator. And another scrap suit as well. If only had craft fiber web, we wouldn't have disabled parts. Yeah, it's only 25% tech. Actually, no, wait. What the improved one is what? What's the improved one? Is it 25? Oh, this one's 30. Yeah, you're right. To be honest, let's take one. Let's play the beta 14. Now we can get our temperature down, which is cool. We're freezing now. I love being freezing. Freezing. Nice. Anyway, I got rid of our... Actually... Oh, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I was mainly wanted the target analyzer because it worked really well with our machine guns, but I'm not using machine guns anymore, so... Yes, you are now. We are now freezing here. I was checking how much matter was around because actually... Nah, I'll save it. I was... big chunks here though. I was thinking of doing the scrapoid pod just to get rid of it, but yeah, actually I would try it out. I haven't tried it before aside from testing. Oh, let's see. I will take off the craft fiber web first. We will put on the scrapoid pod, which doesn't activate immediately. Okay, yeah, there's a watcher. Everyone shoot at the watcher. I will pick these things up. And let's turn on our scrapoid pod here. Transform. So if you are familiar, if you notice, you can't remove the scrapoid pod though. So it's a little different in that regard. You have to keep it on in order to continue to drain. This guy is coming here just to... Heat flow error. Specifically turned off my scrapoid pod. What? Come back here. Anyway, so what I wanted to do was, yep, you're in way, is use this opportunity to transform. Oh, we have a tractor beam. Yes, we have a half-power tractor beam already. Good. Programmers, I'm cool with that. We can stand out in the open too, because when you have friends like this, it's better to have some friends. Yeah, it did overheat. That was pretty funny. All right, here comes a programmer. Programmer friend. Dudes, don't do that. I could help, but I'm not a very good leader. Double F cell engine, dead programmer. And we're almost done transforming. I mean, technically I could just go to another, I could just save that. It would be a better use for it probably. I'm just trying to get rid of it. Oh, cannibalize the shock rifle. Huh. Nice. Just got our pulse rifle repaired by taking a shot, by running over the shock rifle there. Quite good. Oh, there it is. Finished. Okay, you can't control these. As you can see, they are not the same, but they are another group, and it's gone now. So we have more inventory space, and put back on our cryo fibers so we can actually attack stuff. And I should probably... There's a barrage gun over here. I should pick that up. I'm gonna take off the chain sword. Grab another barrage gun for free. Didn't cost us any matter, which is good because we're wasting a lot of matter here. Although now I need to get through the wall. What is this wall? Is it 28? Oh, well, okay. I'm gonna have to swap out anyway so that I can grab this matter. No engineers nearby to screw up my plans? Good. Alright, so what do we are? We can see we're heat negative 150 with 2 scrap spheres. We're actually rolling at 95 with our stuff. How much does mass on this? Oops, that's W. Mass. Go. Whoa. Dang. Scrap suit's pretty decent in that regard. Wow. Nice. That programmer just programmed all over. Alright, so we could actually hit northeast and go to that one. But we only need to add resources for now, mainly just because for scrapoids we'd want to use. There are no other advantages to that yet. There will be more advantages to that. So as long as you have enough resources, you don't have to worry too much about that. This is not a good direction to attack from, but they're gonna do it. Oh, did you hear that? CPS modules attached to Y54 Guardian. This guy just got CPS'd by one of these guys. Some of these scrapoids, so that's one of their other advantages. I was mentioning earlier, you can not only scrap them for spare parts, they also have plus salvaging against attacking things, which means enemies will be dropping more to begin with, and they can show up with a CPS tube and will use it on targets, which means your targets will drop everything. So they're pretty good allies in that way. This is not a good place to fight, though. Fortunately, he's still dead, and so he was forced to drop everything that was not destroyed because he got hit by a CPS tube. So he did drop his armor, which I will pick up. Thank you for the armor, guys. He also dropped all his other stuff, which fell out here. Pretty good. Signal interpreter, but we already know that's to the lower caves. So we'll have less support in the caves. We have to rely more on ourselves or whatever we bring. But scavenger mode alignment. This is very big scavenging alignment. Yes. It's meta to kill all scrapoids for CPS tube drop. I mean, yeah. You will, if you want a few extras of CPS tubes, they're like delivering them to you. But you don't have to kill, well, you would have to kill them probably if you really want one yourself. But they're going to use them on their own targets. So if you're going up against, some targets that you already need. But yeah, there's other ways to get them. You can fab them, yeah. Or they can deliver them to you and you take them out. You can literally just use them as deliveries for parts too, again. So it's not just parts, but also there's CPS tubes you can take. So that's another reason you don't have to take some from Scraptown if you don't want to. If you joined. If you didn't join, you won't have this option, but it's one of the many advantages. Okay, so I was going to do force fed link. We'll get it. And we can see here resources back up to 30. So I think we had 30 earlier, and we used scrapoids, which it said cost, I think, 2 or something like that, which means that we're back up to 30 now. I think it only costs 2. So there's plenty of resources now. But that's also because the current numbers are actually more likely to be what I wanted the final numbers to be, because the final numbers have a bigger implication. and you won't necessarily be wanting to call a ton of scrapoids the entire way. You might, but you don't have to, and there can be advantages to not doing that. So yeah, part of the reason I grabbed... Oh, shoot, wait a minute. Oh, I wasn't going to do that. I checked that specifically for a different reason, but I guess I could go southwest, east, and we can get that, but I should have grabbed more allies so we can jump into the caves with them. That's what I should have done. I was not thinking about that. Well, what's at this depth anyway? We're at -6, and I think Zion was the depth below us. Oh, in fact, we can't... Oh, yeah, we can tell that it's not at this depth, which means we know it's at it was at the depth below us. We did find Zion is below us, which means we're at data miner depth currently. We know Warlord is at the next depth. We can actually see what Warlord thinks about us now that we've joined the UFD. There are some different reactions you will find around the world based on that. So, all right, I'd say that's probably a good cutoff then for today. I didn't get quite as far as I was expecting to, but at the same time, that's because, yeah, I went into a lot more detail than I was originally going to. Here's Scraptown as it appears on the map now. It is a new location after recycling. So we took the shortcut through sub-caves, recycling Scraptown. But if you want, you can take the long way and find storage and go through storage recycling in Scraptown. So there are multiple ways if you want to take the longer way and be higher level and have more stuff when you get there. For example, if you're going to attack them, or if there's other reasons like you wanted to visit the exiles first, which you can do. You can visit the exiles. They're not fully compatible, but it's an option. Some people like to visit the exiles anyway, just to grab their, even to steal from them, and then go to Scraptown. But yeah, so... lots and lots of new strategic consideration. They will waste them on stinky targets. Yes, they will waste their CPS tubes on whatever they're shooting at when they first engage something. So yeah, you would have to get them shortly before you wanted to fight something that you'd want to use it on. So it's true. Otherwise, it's just incidental. It's just incidental them using CPS, and you're going to get more loot from whatever battle is happening. So it's helpful in that regard. But otherwise, yeah, you're going to want to scrap your scrapoids for some spare stuff, which is fine because there's a lot of them. As you can see, they're fairly available. They're pretty powerful. They're kind of glass cannony. They're actually, if you want to weight them, they're in between swarmers and grunts, basically. They're a little, in terms of their survivability, they're a bit tankier than swarmers, but they're not quite as buff as grunts. Grunts aren't exactly buff, but anyway, they're in between the two, and they're more powerful for sure. So in that sense, you'd call them a little bit glass cannony. If you can get them, allow multiple scrapoids to get opening shots against your enemies, you're going to have a big advantage there. If you try and fight stuff in corridors, really with all allies it's like that, but even more so with glass cannon type allies, you're going to lose a lot more than you otherwise would. So we'll see how people play with that strategically, is to have more of these glass cannony type allies, which sort of can be the case with some of the Zionite allies, actually. Not all of them, but Zion has a lot more variety in their allies, for sure. But a few of them are very glass cannony. You want to make sure they get opening hits or spread out more. But anyway, scrapoids, we'll see how people play with them. They seem to be pretty good. So far, I'm liking, I can pull up, get some, spare stuff from them, work together with the scrap suit. So yeah, we're doing a scrapper build. We can't see our build type right now. You have to check your score sheet and at the end of the run, and you'll see the build types. But there are some new ones. There are actually multiple new build types. Not all of them necessarily related to the UFD stuff, but I know at least 2 of them are related to UFD stuff. I think it's just called Scrapper. If you're running a scrap build, UFD based. Sorry. UFD based scrap type build. There's one. That's one. There's another one which is going to be. It's kind of like a hidden one because it's going to be insanely hard to actually get. Very, very hard, and very rare. I wonder if anyone will ever get that one. But I added it because I thought it'd be cool. And there's another one. I completely forgot what it was. I just remember this changelog says there's 3, so there must be another one somewhere. Not fully compatible sounds like we will be fighting. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily fighting. I mean, obviously there's always the option to fight, should you want to, but it doesn't always have to mean fighting, necessarily. But yeah, I won't go into the details of that. It's because I'm not wanting to spoil everything about the new release. There's a lot of stuff in this release. I've not really spoiled much of it, just the big parts and the core stuff, which I wanted to go over. And yeah, we did a lot of design talk throughout the thing, so I could, make some of the design known and let you in on that. So yeah, that's going to be it for today's stream. I guess I will continue this one next week. I might play separately on my own in between so that I can get even more runs in on this to get it tested faster, do all the pre-release testing. Of course, I'll still be working on maybe some fixes and whatnot, but there actually aren't a lot of things on my list to do in terms of the actual build for this release. It's mostly done. Beta 14 is pretty much done. Just going to be doing some fixes and maybe a few little tweaks here and there, like that we marked down today. Like the junk cannon, I'll take a look at that again, make it a little more reasonable. And see what else there is based on what other players are doing. Otherwise, I might be doing some other things. I need to catch up on writing. Haven't been writing any articles lately. I do have some topics I wanted to write about, and some others. Yeah, just a bunch of other dev-related stuff. But Beta 14 will be out. I can't give a date. But as soon as it's done pre-release testing, which should be sooner rather than later. Violence is always the solution. It is a big solution. So thanks everyone for showing up. I will definitely be in the Discord every day as usual. Although I'm spending most of the time in patron chat lately because that's where a lot of the activity is, considering that those the patrons that are playing the pre-release so far. But yeah, been a lot of activity there because of that. Been quiet for a while because nothing going on, but now super active, and look forward to bringing the release to everyone once we work out some of the kinks. There have been nothing super serious, but some pretty funky, messed up bugs. There were a couple of serious map gen ones. I guess I should say it wasn't serious negatives, but it was just super weird. Had to fix that already. Hot fix first day, because I redid all the architecture. The content architecture was just mega reworked, and most of that was consistent with how it was implemented before. It was going to mess things up, but there was a few systems that had to change in order to be compatible with the new system. I'm trying to speak in general terms here. And it was those that require a little more extensive testing to see if there's anything wrong with them, because I couldn't test explicitly all the possibilities for those. So we're going to need to see what testing results in. So far, there was only a few things wrong. So I'm pretty pleased with that. We'll just see what else pops up over the next week or two. And I'll be putting out some hot fixes for that. But as you can see, Beta 14 seems like it's running pretty smoothly so far. And if you recall, we also got these fast... I didn't even remember them. I didn't notice them as we were talking about it. Fast map loading times too. So it wasn't just the fast startup time I showed at the beginning of this stream. You can go back if you're watching the video later. At the beginning of the stream, I showed the fast startup time for the game. Also the maps, entering the maps faster too. So, so the good results from that process, but we'll see how the debugging goes and if and how much more of that there is to do. Oh, okay. So I'm going to go get lunch now. Thanks, everyone. That was Beta 14. We will do more of this next week. See you then.